Well, I hope you all slept well because we are in for another good day here at the PMSL EMEA Qualifiers. My name is John Allen. With me is the illustrious Blank. We are going to be heading into the games lickety-split. We saw 6 matches take place on day 1. Dagestan were able to come out on top.
They were, and I mean, honestly, a very, very strong performance from Dagestan. Some really great control overall in those games. I think Shifu was sort of always a player to watch out for and to follow, and you can certainly follow up to date with what he's doing in these games, as well as all the other teams on our social medias over at PUBG Mobile Europe at YouTube, PUBG Mobile Europe at Instagram, and PUBG Mobile Europe official over at TikTok. So join in the conversation, get involved. Let us know what you think of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Make your voices heard. Head on over. The teams going to be taking part in the games have already played one of our 4 days of games. Of course, there is only one group because we've got 16 teams here, 24 matches total. The head start for Team Spirit, 10 points, 88 Academy, 6 points. That's previous season performance results adding in to this season. And we've got 6 matches for you today. This is the second of 4 match days. So we are not quite at halfway mark, but at the end of the day, we will be.
Yeah, obviously we are slowly climbing through this format already. It's a very short tournament to get into that top 2, but here's our point system of how they'll get those points to get to the top of that leaderboard. First place giving you 10 points, dropping down to 6 points for second, and 1 elimination point will give you 1 point. You guys know the drill. You've been following PUBG Mobile for a long time, and if you're just joining us, there's the breakdown.
Absolutely. You do want to be getting up for those placement points, but eliminations kind of making a lot of impact here so far at the qualifier. Teams have been playing, let's say, interestingly with some of the play styles that we're seeing from the teams. It's a lot more close knit, no widespreads really being seen, and that leaves teams vulnerable to having players move in, potential for a little bit of neighborly disputes there, so borders being pushed back and forth. Dagestan, 74 points right now. They are 9 points ahead of Team Spirit, who are in second. Only 2 of our teams will be progressing to the qualified spots in the PMSL EMEA. And at the moment, if we cut it off, that's Dagestan and Team Spirit. We were saying yesterday, Blank, this feels like a good pair to be sending.
Yeah, I think both these teams are pretty phenomenal in terms of the caliber of players on the team. We have seen some upstarts from S Eagles as well as 88 Academy. I think you can't put it past this lobby, though, that is very elimination based heavy, purely off the back of there being quite a few teams who are getting taken out. So that is sort of the difficulty for some of these teams at the top, is they need to continue with this sort of pace, because we've had a 31-point game yesterday. We had a 25-point game yesterday as well from Star. So I think it's a case of anyone can really jump up quite quickly. So staying in that first and second spot now means maintaining those numbers into today. So I think for Dagestan and Team Spirit, that's something they'll be considering now. Luckily for Team Spirit, they found their second wind towards the end of the day, which is very much needed.
Yeah, they seem to figure it out, and we were talking about it as if they had added back that disrespect that they kind of need to have towards the rest of this lobby, right? They were playing super respectful, like they were in PMWC, like they were doing previous seasons, but this time around they figured out, you know what? We just outskill a lot of these engagements, and they're working on that. There are still some cracks in the foundations there, but second place speaks for itself.
Yeah, I think some of those cracks come through with the fact that, you know, Matic's just joined the team. He's got a very different playstyle from what we've seen from Team Spirit in the past, so sort of understandable. Here's our schedule that we'll be working our way through slowly but surely today. It's Erangel into Miramar, Sanhok to break things up in the middle, Erangel followed by Miramar into our final grassy map over on Erangel.
I do like changing up the maps from map to map. You know, it's nice to have 3 Erangels in a row, but you know what's even better? Changing them up, keeping our teams on their toes over the course of the day, and we have to call back quite a bit of a way as well to remember where those previous maps happened, where those previous circles happened. And I mean, speaking of circles, it felt like yesterday was a real trial by fire for a lot of these teams, right? The circles were pretty mean. I think almost 80% of the circles went right to the coastline at about 40% water minimum.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult to play for a lot of these squads, and I think there were some cruel circles to start things off, considering this is probably a lobby that's trying to work their way up into that professional play. It was a very difficult first day for them to play, and I think that it definitely brought out some of the more interesting characteristics of some of these teams with 17-15 playing a bit more of a grouped up play style, playing a bit more proactively. We had One For All who takes some pretty strong spots, but that fell off quite quickly onto Miramar, where they had two in parlor-ish finishes where they start, and they didn't really capitalize off the back of that. So again, I think that you mentioned this yesterday, John, is that day 2 is very much the adjustment day.
Yeah, it's a question of what teams have gone and done overnight. What homework have they been able to fill in? Are they going to be endlessly searching their book bag, pretending like they've done it? Or are they going to be coming up, sat right at the front of the class, ready with it? You know, that 99% in red pen at the top, that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, they want the teacher's pet accolade here, and I will not be giving that one out. I do not take sides most of the time. But yeah, so I think for some of these teams, there is a chance today to bring those numbers back up to the forefront and get towards the top side of the lobby. We've mentioned it before, we'll mention it again. It is only those top 2 teams that will be heading through to the PMSL EMEA, so not a lot of spots available here. S-Eagles had strong performances yesterday, followed up by some pretty sloppy mistakes here and there. It looked a lot better than it actually was, considering they had some huge clutch factor, but again, very hard to do much when you're just a single player. Heading into our first match of the day here on Erangel, join me and John as we journey into the distance of this grassy, hilly, beautiful map.
Bring me that horizon. Let's head on over from Sosnovka up to Kameshki. Our journey begins as our teams drop out over towards the Sosnovka military base. The Eagles, we're going to land early here on the military base. Maybe they're going to have some trouble. Oh, no, wait. No, they normally break out to Primorsk. That makes sense. They're probably going for that long drop over towards Ferry Pier, grab some vehicles, rotate there. GETSO, they're going to sit down in the base as a whole. A lot of that northeast side was kind of precluded by the previous playing path that we had, so it'll be interesting to see how Yasnaya unfolds. Georgiapol as well could be an interesting one to see if teams break out wide. And the big question, right, where is that circle?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for here. GETSO dropping out over towards military base. Again, a quick secondary drop spot for them other than Ferry Pier, where they get a playing path like this. One For All usually takes up a lot of space on that side of the map towards Primorsk. They have so much to work with over towards the hills on that north side, even playing over towards Quarry later on during their looting period. So I think One For All is given quite a bit of opportunity here on Erangel because of that, but we have a huge amount of teams that drop over towards that northeast. Very fair circle this time around.
Super chill.
One's really too unhappy about this one. Everyone's going to be able to get in towards where they want to be, loot up, and then make their way on over. Slightly interesting to see where teams will designate themselves in this circle, just because it has been so fair. There should be quite a lot of movement, I imagine, as we lead up to stage 2.
Yeah, that Pachinki Hill, the Potato Hill on the east side, is going to be a major feature in the center of this circle. Controlling the north side of that can be very, very powerful, but a lot of teams are going to be focusing on you as well. A lot of open ground to the east of Pachinki as well that sits in the middle, so teams are going to have to be careful to navigate that one with caution, with appropriate reserve. But so far, no hot drops. So as of yet, so that no teams getting super involved with one another. I'm looking down towards Milta though, and I'm seeing Brothers in Arms. I think we've got, who else have we got there? Blue TIAM as well, down in that area. And that southeast side, I feel like could be pretty tricky. With 2 teams on military base, it's not unlikely that we see a bridge fight go on, and that definitely could be 3rd, 4th partied if things drag on a little bit too long.
With this kind of circle as well, yesterday there was so many like drastic circles on Erangel that a lot of players weren't really thinking about going for a bridge camp. There were some that came through, but they were more isolated than anything else. But I think this time around, with the circle being very close to everything, nice little bit of music going through apparently.
Oh, yeah.
It's very peaceful.
Love a violin there.
But as I was saying, not going to be peaceful towards that bridge, because everyone should have time to rock up towards that bridge side, be able to hold out those teams as they come in without fearing too much about being late to the circle center.
We lost the music. That's very sad. It was just about to have its big breakdown. I could feel it. I was sensing it. Oh, well. GETSO, hopefully they're now going to have a breakdown. They want to get on the road here. 27 points right now from that military base. Still within striking distance. I mean, after one day, it's almost never that you'll see a team out of reach of everybody else, right? But 15 points up to 74 points, that is a big gap to try and breach. And we just haven't seen that from FARVOICE Gaming. They currently started in Novo, so GETSO might have to face off with them. This is a team from that southeast side that was talking about before, from Milta. They're making their move over the top of Blue TIAM, and that has gone well for now. They're on that north side, the northeast side of that farm compound. Morris hiding in a building on his own. I don't think he's going to be too happy about that, but he's got a full arsenal right on the floor there. He's got the pick of the litter.
Yeah, everything that he might want, all on the floor, localized in that one room. So pretty easy looting there for Morris. Difficulty being that he's sort of the anchor for the team right now over towards farm side. The rest of Blue TIAM DX are down towards the south on the coastal edge. They'll have to move up. I mean, Brothers in Arms aren't really looking to get too aggressive over towards Morris. They are spotting the position though, as the rest of Blue TIAM DX do come in. Rocking up on that side is a question mark for me. That completely exposes the vehicle and the players over towards Brothers in Arms. Interesting.
Now, we know how dangerous these rafters can be. We saw yesterday a pretty good play, should we say, from the high ground there, where he just didn't get spotted, held out the bridges. So it looks like One for All are trying to replicate that this time around. Oh dear, KONINA Power. They've been spotted. Big baby. Gonna make him cry on that one.
I'm not sure why Kaya's down there, honestly, inside a prison.
He was a naughty boy, had to be put in prison.
Yeah, it seems that way, honestly, but won't be getting out anytime soon. Been dealt a little bit of a death sentence by Big Baby. Not the judge I'd expect to see in court, but there you go.
There's no possibility of parole on this one, unfortunately. That is a big red stamp on it. Do you reckon we can get a few more prison metaphors in? I feel like we probably could.
Probably. I think I'm more concerned right now about KONINA Power, who I've just lost this player and now have to move in. And they didn't actually have that bad of a crossing for themselves on this rotate over towards the western side around the snaking roads that sit towards the center of the map.
Oh, here we go. There's the crossfire. One for All setting up. They've got one first. Head goes down. The spray down continues. Smarty actually in a little bit of danger with a player close by. Has the DBS. Goes down though. Gets knocked. And a breakthrough for GETSO to try and keep things together. Here's a nade actually being cooked up by Flavius. I thought he was going to smoke out his teammate, but that goes nice and long and hits on to the player, to Duchu, who does go down, and that allows One for All to potentially move up, get these reses, and cut 2 points out of this. Obito is on the high ground, though. He's into the building. Only Smarty's been knocked in response, and he's the last player to go for GETSO. Out the back, needs to pull something out of the bag here, but King is on the case. And another flank coming through as well. 3 players active for One for All. Obito has a nade. King, Molotov, and there's the spray. Flavius shuts it down. GETSO cut out immediately on the cross.
Yeah, it's just a bad crossing, honestly. And I think that when you're a team that knows where One for All drops in Ferry Pier, it's an odd one to go for a crossing like that so quickly. So you know that GETSO's taken up Ferry Pier. You know that they know that's your original drop spot. So making the quick crossing feels like a very big mistake in my books. And I'll just chalk that down to possibly inexperience there. Literally the easiest bridge crossing in the world there for One for All. I think next game GETSO should realize that potentially waiting, and again this is some knowledge we can bring in for some of the games that we see towards the top side, which is a case of waiting for that next circle to come through. You want to wait as long as possible. Nice shot, by the way. As long as possible on that next circle to the point where it's in the blue before you make that crossing a lot of times, to dissuade teams from remaining there much longer. Because if you get towards a stage 2, stage 3 and you're still holding the bridge in the blue, you're doing yourself more harm than good, in which case they're likely just leave at that point. Eagles moving over the top side of One for All right now, very slowly. I don't know if they're just in one vehicle.
They may well be, but I'm pretty sure I saw KONINA Power getting a rundown onto Dagestan in a vehicle. That's 3. Dead center onto the landmass there, and again, that potato hill position going to be strong. as the fight continues between Blue TIAM and Brothers in Arms. It felt like Woodson gave him about 15 chances to get that shot in and was able to get knocked and force the res early. A lovely nade over the wall finds a second knock onto the situation. Woodson is back up to full HP, but Silence and Woodson now sequestered at the back of this compound. The res comes through. Blue TIAM are fighting 4v2. This is looking pretty good for Blue TIAM DX.
Yeah, this should be a team wipe for Blue TIAM DX. I mean, they're in a perfect position for it. Should being the operator there. Woodson backs off with the AUG, good spray around the side and GETSO. He quickly dips back inside, gets into cover, and will quickly peek out. Just keeps an eye on him, but lovely nade over the top, and it should just be dusted after that.
It so should be, right? But you never know what can happen in the qualifiers. Woodson with the spray facing off the DBS has 2 first aids. Needs to hit the deck, get that heal on, but GETSO has got that nade cooking. He's going to pop it in through the window, knows where he's going to be stood, and there's Woodson out. Finally, the wipe comes in, and goodness me, they have all 4 players alive. That's how you want to do it.
Efficient gameplay as well from Blue TIAM DX. I actually really enjoyed that fight. I think it was very well controlled, very well handled, slowed things down a lot, located where the players were. GETSO took a nice flank as well in the midst of all of it. So you just have a situation where there's not really many places where the 2 last players from Brothers in Arms can go without being spotted. It's also one of those spots on the map where there isn't much outplay potential for you. There's very few buildings to play around. They'd already penned them in, as opposed to what we saw yesterday from S Eagles playing down towards Milta. That building, there's so many places to jump around, switch out, bait your opponents into bad situations. But for there, it's literally case for 2-story. So you can kind of understand why Blue TIAM DX win that one and why they come away with it with a 4 elim advantage, but they play it slow enough so they don't risk losing a player, because as you said earlier, Blue TIAM DX looking to pump those points up a bit more. They're 30 points at the moment, 34 now, so there is potential for them.
Yeah, definitely within striking range, right? We saw a 21 elimination game yesterday, if you recall, which of course would pump you up to, off the 30 points, you would then be on 61, which would be in 3rd place as it stands. So definitely something they'll aspire to, but would be pretty tricky. However, getting 4 elims and staying all alive is the way to start it, right? A lot of teams, though, around Blue TIAM DX, you can see one of those teams is Team Spirit on that split. It looks like they're pushing out to the edge to potentially try and sweep their backfill against Asia Mix, against Blue TIAM DX, and against Farseer Gaming.
Yeah, you get that scout out, and I think with that next circle, potentially they pull back a little bit. They have a great compound where Nomi's currently sat just to hold all of these teams out. So for Team Spirit, this is maybe not as worth it to them anymore. You wouldn't really want someone like 1715 rocking up towards you. There's even the compound just to the eastern side of the ridge there, to the left of Nomi on your screens, that they could pick. I think they're looking more for elimination points, and fair play to them. If they've got the confidence from yesterday and they want to pick up a lot of elimination points and play the games off the back of that, we've seen that win in international tournaments in terms of going for low placements but high elims every game.
It does have an impact, that's for sure. Asia Mix, they're trying to move through. Looks like Team Spirit do disengage that. They rotate away from that hold, and Asia Mix might have to deal with FARVOICE Gaming on that eastern side. A little bit further north, Team Spirit's still on the hunt. They are really keen to clear their back and make sure that they can fight in the forwards arc only, not have to worry about those flanks. One for all on their west, maybe a danger, but here comes that clash potential between Asia Mix and FARVOICE Gaming. Asia Mix really picked up their feet towards the end of yesterday. You can see they're up in 5th place with 40 points on the tables. Let's see if they can keep it going here.
Yeah, it did feel like some of their games were slightly lucky in terms of being sort of the off angle versus teams that had fought their way into the circle a lot of times. I mean, by no means they're bad when it comes to gun skill, because they actually do have pretty good gun skill in those moments. Outclassed by some teams in this lobby. You also understand why Team Spirit is being so overextending down towards that south side, just because of this circle. There's a lot of opportunities for very wide wraps on this one because it was such a central shift, so it's difficult to isolate some of those angles. So I sort of get why they held so close to the circle there and now are backing it up to that compound I was talking about earlier. 17-15, top of Potato Hill, not really holding any angles. They're playing very deathbally towards the top there.
Seems to be how they like to do it. Oh, Morris gets... No, he doesn't get the bandage off. I don't think so. Taken too low in the zone. Stage 3, so this is Resable, but that's not going to happen. You got players bearing down upon you. 2 players descend, and neither of them going to go down either. A nice pick up on 2 points there to take Blue TIAM down to half, but FARVOICE Gaming have lost a player in the meantime. iNow's potentially going to bleed out. They need to get further forwards on this one. 2 players, the remnants of Blue TIAM. They want the rest of the fight. Luna's there. They might be able to catch him if he doesn't have the vehicle to get away with it. The smoke blooming. No nades in hand for Gyro.
Nades at the top here, very easily nadeable position with them all ticking down on zone 4. There should be some fairly easy nades to hit. Some of them go a little bit too far, but the backstop is there. We'll take down 1. I don't think they have too many threats in the area now, so they can just pick each other up, but stage 4 is going to hurt. I don't actually think they can even res without player going down, so they're just going to have to sit them in the vehicle. In the meantime, Team Spirit takes 2 knocks from Asia Mix.
Yeah, Asia Mix have been marauding the east side for a while. Matic does have an answer, though. A lovely spray now, maybe looking for even more. It is Nomi and Matic now in action, but Kitsune's down at a distance and effect has already been flushed away. He's spraying, he's suppressing his teammate, but he's low on ammo there. Doesn't have the most to be getting on with. So any spray you can get would be excellent. Asia Mix going to pick their teammate back up, Keme, into the fold. But here's a nade coming through. Nomi has moved on in. Maybe some retribution. That nade looks pretty good. Right on top, gets the re-knock and another one as well. Right onto Retro, it feels like he knows the nade, and he's going to launch it straight over the top. Retro eats another 3 knocks for Nomi. And all of a sudden, it's topsy-turvy. 2 versus 4 becomes 2 versus 1. On action and lost his way into the circle. Nowhere near to get these reses.
Takes a heavy beating as well from Nomi on a really long-range spray. So practically a 1v3 there from Nomi. We can tell why we call him one of the best players in Europe. He's so strong in EMEA, sorry. Again, I think this is the same mistake we saw yesterday from the guys on Team Spirit, which is just playing weirdly in the open. Nice shot from Matic. 2 good sprays in a row there from him. But yeah, very much in the open, in odd areas. They had the compound to just sit around, and yet they play in awkward spots where they know teams are coming from. So I'm not sure what happened there with Team Spirit. In the meantime, Shockwave is getting obliterated.
Oh, no. That's bad time. The door frame was already getting sprayed down. He stepped in, and there was a shotgun inside with his name on it, unfortunately. Dagestan on 3 players alive and 4 limbs, so going toe-to-toe right now with Team Spirit, the man advantage on the northwest side, complete opposite ends of this circle, and still 17-15 survive in their central position.
Yeah, typically for a spot like Potato Hill, it's a case of needing to have basically 4 angles all held at the same time to ensure your safety, but so much respect given to that position from so many teams, not even bothering to try and rock up towards the east or western side. You really just have to back off, and right now there's not a huge amount of information gathering other than Bana from 17-15. There's still a lot of backstop potential from One For All as well. So for 17-15, somewhat worried for him.
That hold off on the west will be tricky. Arabal dodges the damage on the nade. Big baby. They're able to completely take out GETSO from proceedings. But that nade finds its mark. Wait, no, hang on a minute. Was it a nade and a little crash out? Did he hop out the vehicle early there?
Yeah, he hopped out way too early. He was coming in real hot into the stratosphere, started to burn up, jumped out of the vehicle, forgot his parachute, and it was all over after that. KONINA power, 0, knocked. Big baby following up from their death sentence over towards prison, now looking to take the rest to the other team. It's a good peek with the shotgun with Arabal and a molly to finish things up. That's going to cause mayhem in the building.
It's going to force them right into the corner, and a nade in is just going to keep that pressure on. There's the molly, taking the knock onto Badusi. And now it's just 0 for KONINA power. DBS on the inside, 3 players close by, but it's not even going to matter because Arabal with the pump action to the gut. A flesh wound, but tears through him. and takes down the rest of them as well. 8-8 Academy, in the meantime, now trying to approach Dagestan on this northwestern side, but they are being slowed down pretty awfully here, and Strangers are just over the ridge.
Yeah, 8 Academy going toe-to-toe with two separate teams, and Dagestan's caught right in the middle of a pretty sticky situation that I'm pretty sure they won't be able to unstick themselves from. Both teams gunning for this spot. This is over towards that northwest side, and Dagestan currently outside the circle, so they will have to move at some point, but I just don't think they're going to be able to pull themselves out of this problem.
Okay. Academy disengage fully. They just run away bravely.
Nice shot, though, from Matic, actually, again, onto 1-for-all. I think for AA Academy, they play so passively in these matches, and they're so much more concerned with placement points than anything else. As soon as they start to hear that there was two teams potentially in this location, you forget the fact that you've completely pincered one team. You just work together with Strangers to take down Dagestan and go from there. I can understand trying to get the high ground over towards the eastern side and play down onto Strangers. That does make sense. But again, it has been some passive maneuvers. Depends how much utility AA Academy actually had there. If they don't have a lot of nades remaining, likely want to save a lot of that for the end game, because this is going to be fairly open finish.
Yeah, on the north side, that slow descent from Potato Hill towards apartments on that north edge can be really, really difficult to cross. So keeping those smokes available, that's what you want to see. And given that in general, the lobby doesn't carry too many smokes compared to other lobbies that we see on the international level, you can't really resupply either. You can't rely on other teams' smokes. Shifu with 3 of his own and 6 nades in hand, cooks one of them up, hits the base of the tree, doesn't quite connect there.
I mean, they're still fighting back, though, which is the main thing. That nade's fairly close, but not quite close enough. Nades all just pouring through from Dagestan, creating themselves a tiny bit of space. Limbo Boom has a nice angle on the side, but huge amount of smokes makes life very difficult. A nade goes through over the top, takes down Shifu, and Limbo Boom left on his lonesome. He's going to have to try and just live in towards the end of the game, but 8 Academy already took up that spot up the hill, and now Limbo Boom is pretty much done.
Dagestan are down, but I feel like in this scenario, I'm looking at Team Spirit starting to light up this elimination feed blank, and it almost feels like they're more dangerous as a duo than they are as 4. They're playing a little bit unleashed right now on the south side.
There is a disconnect, honestly, and we'll talk about it afterwards, because Ragnar currently getting burnt alive here underneath the grill of the Star. Bit of a white dwarf situation here. It starts to get white hot over towards 8-8 Academy. Tana, nade over the top. That's pretty good, actually. Nice airburst, just slightly late.
Doesn't have any more in the pocket there. And now 8-8 Academy have got their one last player surviving for a moment longer. In the deck. Of course, this position is known because that nade did find the mark there.
Now, Rodri having to back off. Rodri Jr.
Rodri was his father.
Rodri Major, you mean?
Sure. Senior?
Major.
Oh, okay. Oh, because like stars are like major and minor. Okay, yeah,
that's right.
Got it.
That's right.
And they're fighting against Star Esports. That's a pretty gnarly reference there. I like it.
Team Spirit managed to remove 1-for-all, and again, I think it is. This is what I was talking about. Is a slight disconnect between Effect and Kitsune, who are both quite tactical players compared to Nomi and Matic. I think it worked quite well before having Nomi on the team, with Naomi being more of that grenadier. Nomi was just that aggro fragger you had in the front lines, but now you've got a disconnect between 2 tactical players, Kitsune and Effect, as well as 2 very aggressive players in Nomi and Matic. And they have done a lot here already in this game.
They have been opening up on this south side, something awful, but finally Nomi does hit the deck. Potential to get flushed here as the Eagles did manage to keep all 4 of their players alive, despite taking 2 knocks earlier on. And I think that might be it for Team Spirit. Finally will go down, but 7 eliminations found. A good start to their day. Eagles will continue as 17-15. Just try and survive in one location. This is their game plan, and it's okay. but it's not going to win you the tournament. It's not going to qualify.
It works some places, it doesn't work here on Potato Hill because you really need to be very aware of where teams are coming from and make adequate rotations to defend from certain positions and give up other areas. For instance, for here, if I was 17-15, I'd have fully committed over towards this western side to stop this push coming through from start earlier on. There's Tornado down, and it's just 2 players inside, so this should be fairly easy pickup. But S Eagles coming strong over towards that top side. Nade bouncing. Quite close to start. Should be angles, and they're just giving them to him.
It's the deck outside. This smoke completely blinding 17-15. They are waiting for these smoke trades. They are opting for the coin toss. Spraying the corner. Pre-fire there. Smokes are going to begin to fade. He's up to the wall. Just clearing the entirety of this building, which is what you need to do against these smokes. There's the spray. The step out comes in, so maybe something for 17-15, but finally he's going to hear that. Gentle through the window. Has got 2 teams to worry about. He's caught in the crossfire. Finally, there's the shot that they were looking for. 17-15 fall and start. Take up the mantle.
And S Eagles want to push down. They're outside the circle. They will have to push in. Strangers just clearing out their northern edge at the moment. They know this is the most expansive area in the circle that's not really fully known at this point in time. But they're down the hill. They have to wait this game out. They gotta sort of have to pray for a bit of a northern shift on their side of things. But Star right now have a very strong spot. They held it quite well versus S Eagles coming in from that south side. Drop the smoke train, clear out the final players from 17-15. Now they have a very strong position to play off the back of, and S Eagles have to step out into open ground.
They started the day yesterday with a chicken dinner. Let's see if the Eagles can do it again, but this difficult flat rollout here. It's going to start and a knock over towards OMG. A great first knock for Star Esports as they're going to continue to keep that pressure on. Slow down the Eagles as much as possible. Big Baby making their break, but they are going to have a real tough time of it. Strangers actually moving at the same time, which allows Babies to move on in a little bit safer. This is really, really great timing from Baby, but they do have a knock on the back lines, which is going to create a little bit of slowdown on their mood, potentially. But that bleed out comes through. And Alicia picks up the point. A lovely nade onto the smoke rock there. And Arabal goes down. Potential to res that pretty quickly, but Baban actually sitting, biding his time, allowing his teammate to crawl back to him instead.
Yeah, they basically had to slow down the fight for Strangers because they had one player holding out over towards the western side. In comes the push. Over the top side, Lawrence tries to provide a little bit of covering fire to suppress the guys from Strangers trying to get through into their position. Brett in the back lines at the moment looks to send another strong grenade over the top, just close into the engagement, but more shots pouring through for SC Eagles as they third party this one and get a lot done off the back of it.
Eagles completely ruining that fight there. It was looking great for Big Baby, but they were taken down in the end, and it is the Eagles to get the lion's share of the points there from the southeast side. Now, can they continue to take this fight with Star Esports? That is their main competition and has been for a while. They've put off taking this fight, but they're up to 10 eliminations already, Blank.
Yeah, it's been a good game so far for S Eagles, but shots pouring through. Again, this is such a difficult area to play in. There is luckily a re-knock that comes off the back of that one. These nades are a little bit short, and Samatana does not have anything in terms of grenades to deal with unless he can pull out a very nice Molotov to disperse them out of these positions. Has the ghillie, so very invisible. Okay.
Invisible. It turns out. Can actually be seen. It was the king's new clothes. Or the emperor's new clothes, that was it. As he is going to get spotted. Called out like, no, we can see you. You are there. No, shoot him.
Yeah, I sort of can understand it because they're all stood up so they'd see down into the grass. It's a great spot, though, honestly.
Yeah. Very difficult to see that. But they managed it. They made it work. And the Eagles, they are down to 2, though. Default has a challenge against 2, and that's not going to go well. Shum holding that ridge line, continuing to try and suppress the plateau. Good for 1. Isn't going to get traded off either. Now it's just Devil remaining for S Eagles squad. Against 2 players for Star Esports, Shum can still challenge the ridgeline. He knows he's there. Spray stepping up, peeking, ducking back in, and Devil doesn't know what to do.
Very good.
Shum with the good timing there. And will roll down the hill, closer towards the 2v2 with strangers.
Yeah, that was a fantastic engagement that Shum just took with S-Eagles. He was the backstop. They did send Poker down towards the bottom of the hill to deal with strangers earlier on. And he's again holding this angle. So they were taking a fairly tough fight on both ends here. If strangers hadn't taken that fight with Big Baby and just maintained position on that north side, they probably would have won this game fairly handedly with 4 players in tow. Now we're in a 2v2.
Elise on a wide flank here. And actually, a lot of damage over towards Shum from Monkey. Both of these players are in the same location. I don't think either of them are looking over towards Eliseo. If he gets a spot, that's game over for Star Esports. They're right on the blue. They have to stand up in just a moment because this zone is closing to nothing. And Eliseo really has got the number here. Shum should be going down. Certainly in danger of it. But does Monkey get re-knocked? He doesn't even land the shots over to Shum. That's a bit of a whiff there from Monkey. But there's Eliseo. Finally stands up. And that should open the door to find Shum. And a really nice shutdown comes on through for strangers.
Yeah, great play from Eliseo, honestly. A really, really long run over towards that eastern side. And he gets just a great slap out the back of it, honestly, because I think that side swipe's so strong because both the players are so confident to be standing up because they know they've got the downhill pressure where they can't see them realistically other than just the headshot angle. But Eliseo takes advantage of that and just picks himself up 2 easy eliminations. They were very, very slow on the uptake, and I think that was purely because they just assumed they were fighting with 2 players down the hill as opposed to 1 switching over the other side, which is why Strangers plays so passively there at the end game. But yeah, nice game for Strangers. Good clear out on that north side as well that eventually leads them to that chicken dinner, and they were able to live against S-Eagles, and I think that was the massive thing.
18 points for Strangers, 17 for Eagles, 13 for Star. I could keep going on, but you can see them there on your screen. Team Spirit still keeping up their spirits with 8 points. Their bombastic roll down with 2 players on the south side, adding quite a decent chunk to their tally after losing 2 fairly early on. So that will be good news for them. However, the Eagles are going to be hot on their heels after that one. So they'll have to defend that top 2 spot. Dagestan as well, getting a few points that match. We'll see just what is going to unfold with the Eagles, with Dagestan, with Team Spirit after the break. Real nice shutdown at the end of that last match, but we're getting underway with our next one very, very quickly now. Anyway, we are going to be heading in for another round. I believe this one is going to be a Sanhok on the cards for us. Miramar. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Second map, Miramar. We're over to the desert this time. John Allen and Blank bringing it at you for the PMSL EMEA qualifier.
That we are. I mean, pretty excited to see what happens in this next game. Let's take a look at the overall, how things are shaping up here at the second game of the day. 78 points for Dagestan, 73 points Team Spirit, but S Eagles are not far behind, close on the heels of Team Spirit right now with 71 points. They would win a tiebreaker with their 2 chicken dinners accrued, and Star Esports still holding on about 4th place right now, 52 points. I think they've had some strong games, very opportunistic team, and they certainly feel like a team that can do very well. Some new players that I haven't really seen too much of that have been quite impressive so far.
Some teams down here in the doldrums from 9th down to 16th. A bit of a drop-off that you kind of see from 11th down to 14th. They're 19, 19 and 15 at the bottom of the tables. It is getting more and more far-fetched for FARVOICE and Co. to be able to ladder their way on up. Because at the end of the day, we're halfway through our tournament, and you can take a real benchmark of what you kind of expect towards the end of the tournament at that halfway mark. But we've got to get there first. We've only played 7 matches. We've got 5 more today. The first, as you so rightly pointed out, was Miramar. So that's going to be up next. Heading over to the desert, are we going to see teams start to have a little bit more influence, be a little bit bolder with their spreads?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a weird one. It's hard to judge today just because we had 2 fairly southeastern circles over on the last 2 Miramars, which lead you to some pretty unfortunate areas of the map where it's so open. It's difficult to get a lot of those cross angles because you're essentially fighting on the edge a lot of the time. So it is difficult. And I think for teams today, hoping for maybe not such a southeastern shift where they get stuck around Los Leones and in towards those foothills that sit on the eastern side of the coast. I'm hoping that we see One for All move a little bit quicker. It feels like their rotates are fairly slow here on Miramar.
Yeah, they're currently at what, like 5% full cowling. They need to up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. They have more pace in them. We've seen it. We just want to see it a little bit more this time around. I'm interested to see if Team Spirit are going to let this one slip away from them again. And I think it's what I said at the start of the tournament, right? This is the time for them to prove that they are still a as big of a threat as we would consider them, right? Certainly in my eyes, anyway. I think you may have you might disagree a little bit, but I think for me, I've been supporting this roster. I've been a long time fan of Kitsune's as well. Like, there's a lot of story in this team, right? But is this where the story ends? If they don't qualify here, I feel like something's really, really got to change, or we'll see maybe more than some of the gladiators looking to retire after this, because it would be a massive blow to not be able to qualify for the fall season. Still a lot of games to play and a lot of opportunities to prove yourself, though. Let's head to the desert.
Yeah, I don't think that was that bad of a game from Team Spirit on that last match. Honestly, I think 8 eliminations is pretty good. And that'll do 8 points total is pretty good, and that'll do the trick, especially in a position where they get caught out off guard with just 2 players left alive. Do you think they're a strong team? Again, I think it's difficult for a team like them to be playing in a lobby like this. No disrespect to some of the teams in here. I do think that we are seeing more mistakes than we would see at an international level. And I think if you're fans of PUBG Mobile, you definitely agree with me, just because this is a qualifier, right? This is where some of our teams who are maybe a bit newer to the scene are trying to get a foothold towards, PMSLs, some more of the highbrow tournaments. So I think that's fair enough to say. I think for Team Spirit, it's difficult to play in a lobby like this because it's hard to read opponents who aren't playing how you would expect them to after coming off the back of playing against some of the best teams in the world.
That is true. I mean, yeah, when you're playing the chaos game, as it were, with these teams that sit around you, pulling off some unorthodox decisions, yeah, you're right. I mean, that really can test you, but you do still need to pass that test, right? If you want that chance at fall, at those PMGC points as well. And now we got a little bit of a hot drop on Miramar, of all places. Star Esports, they've got a fight on their hands. It's FARVOICE Gaming, though, who are their opponents. And as it goes, this is probably one of the teams that you do want to be facing on a hot drop if you have to.
Yeah, FARVOICE really haven't had the...
Ooh.
Wow, nice shot. Haven't really had the impact in these matches so far. And that last game, I didn't say it because it felt... wasn't the right time, but they did feel a little bit lost, in my personal opinion. They weren't exactly finding the right rotate. They weren't sure where to go next. So I think that there's opportunity for them to improve right now. Star Esports already starting things off strong. High Nows will find default, though. Again, limited loot.
Oh, dear. There is an answer. FARVOICE do have backup coming in the form of Luna. They found a knock as well. Shum looking to suppress the angle, jumps across, gets caught a little bit in the crossfire, has an SKS and a Winchester, still steps out, and gets punished. I mean, I'm not too sure about that one. Star Esports felt like they had this one in the bag. All of a sudden, to the wind.
Yeah, it has gone fairly wrong for Star Esports so far. Poker last left alive, trying to get this back under control, but highly doubtful. In comes the US, probably going to be a rock up here and likely to lose the engagement. Yep, nice from Luna there. Gets right behind them. The QBZ will take him down.
Ooh, Brothers in Arms are close by. Could potentially third party, but it looks like they're too slow off the blocks and won't be able to get involved in time. So FARVOICE Gaming lose a player but pick up 4 points. Nice result, but losing a player this early on Miramar, especially when the circle's up to your area, you need to be able to hold out a lot of this area if you want to be able to get deep into these matches. And with only 3 players, that's going to severely limit their ability to do so.
Yeah, very tough to work with now. And I think that especially on Miramar, losing players early is never a good thing. It's sort of telling of how the game's going to go for you at that point. And a lot of teams will go into this more survival mode as soon as they lose one player and just try and get towards that end game, which is very doable if you stay out of the way here on Miramar. You are sacrificing the chance at more eliminations, but like I said, for Team Spirit, an 8-point game is not bad as long as you're able to do that regularly.
Shockwave have spotted a player. GG wanting to keep it under control. Not going to be able to do so from that angle because Silence pulls back a little bit. The vehicle's giving away that Shockwave have moved up to this building. Silence? Okay. Fair enough. He knew he could survive that, I guess. Still does 0 meds, so...
You got to get a quick getaway on that one, so just jumps down there. I mean, there's no point for him sticking around that top side, and there was no other easy way of getting down. So just the jump off the side of the cliff, try and slide on down with the old skate soles, which isn't always advisable, but in this situation, I think it was the one of the few moments where it was called for.
I'm more interested in the fact that he had basically no supplies, right? Like, what's he been doing for the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Look, man, jump into a game, there's no loot. What can you do?
You're in San Martin. There's loot.
There's nothing there.
Good point.
Couldn't find anything.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he needs to try.
That's literally the only reasoning. That's literally the only reason I could think of is there was literally no loot in his drop spot.
I mean, he was up on the top of that cliff, and we just saw that there was at least like weapons and ammo and stuff in those buildings. But you're right. I mean, maybe meds. Exactly. Yeah. I guess that is true and not untrue in this case.
Yeah. But yeah, up towards that north side of the map, you got GETSO pretty central, holding a very typical split actually over that ridge side in that center area. You got the compound that sits on that north side, then usually play a player on top of the ridge that has some scouting potential over towards Crater and the south side of the map. Particularly over towards Hacienda though, because that's where a lot of teams are going to aggress GETSO from. That will be KONINA Power heading on out that way. So I hope to see some kind of clapback coming through from GETSO if it comes to a head.
KONINA Power. Still split, just a little bit, hiding their vehicle. Hiding the pickup. Making sure those tires stay intact. Don't want to keep the health bar on that one. Rightly so. on the north side now. These hills to the southeast of La Cobreria going to start to pack in. The teams over on the east I'm looking at right now. You've got 5 teams who have yet to make their way up on this eastern side. So potential for a scrap around the water treatment hills, around that sort of Hacienda area as well. When 1715, when Blue TIAM, when S Eagles squad, when One for All and Dagestan all potentially move up on this eastern side, could come to a head on the conflict. This southwest edge as well, with Strangers and Team Spirit, both going to be in close proximity near Power Grid.
Yeah, quite a lot of teams heading around that. I mean, it's a fairly central position. You want to take the high ground. It makes sense. So quite a few teams will be congregating on that position. You can play around the fencing on the outside in Power Grid as well. This gives you an opportunity to hold. I mean, Team Spirit being able to get towards Power Grid quite early, though. Circumvent over towards Strangers. This fight likely not to kick off anytime soon because there is just that plateau to the eastern side of Power Grid, which is just flat ground. And realistically wouldn't want to cross there anytime soon. So for Strangers, more likely for them to try and post up on this ridge side and play along there for the time being. You have Dagestan coming in though, who had a pretty shocking game last time around. Got caught out by 2 teams. It's an unfortunate scenario for him.
A lot of ground on the north side of this circle is still available and no one's taken it. GETSO laying siege right now to FARVOICE Gaming. They've already taken on Star and come out on top, but GETSO seem to be giving them a bigger run for their money. They've already lost a player here, so 2 versus 4. So he pops out the smoke, slowing things down.
It's an interesting circle. All the way up towards that northwest side. And like I said, no one really was playing here because of the plane path. And most teams not opting to go for that wide wrap. They were all coming from that south side. So no one drops in La Cobreria either. And honestly, you wouldn't really want to play in that position to begin with because it is so much on the low ground. You'd rather take the high ground positions first. GETSO, though, holding off versus FARVOICE, who are doing a terrible job right now.
Okay, they've gone 1 for 1 right now on the trades, but with just Einhaus remaining, needs to hold his nerve into the fight and misses 3 shots that could have been crucial into the pacing of this fight. Coming on through, staying on into the fight, moves into the building again, shuts the door in their face. Wants to slow GETSO down, still 3 players to handle. Around the door frame, a lot of damage pouring on in, and that's the final nail. Done for GETSO. They finished the fight, but now they need to leg it up to the north side.
I mean, they're one of the teams that were furthest on the north, so they should be able to get a good position. KONINA Power were outskirting them on that eastern side, but they've just decided immediately to head towards those eastern compounds in La Cobreria. Fair enough. Respect that play. And AA Academy, again, passive gameplay. They shift far over towards that western edge and are going to take up the ridge side that sits just on the outer edges of this circle in the northwest.
Ooh, Asia Mix turning Team Spirit a little bit back to front there. Too bold on the peak. They might be able to pick up a point for it. A second knock found, and Dimmy is doing so much work on this hillside. 2 players down for Team Spirit, nearly a third as well. But Asia Mix lose their player. Matic needs to hold off against Keme now in a crucial position. The reses are being enacted right now for Team Spirit, and he does just that. Matic stands tall for Team Spirit. Potential to keep them up as 4.
Got the rest of Asia Mix coming in now, but I think the reses are coming through pretty thick and fast, so it will be a 2v3. They're not really too worried about Matic. They're looking to close off these reses. That could be a great air burst, but just goes a bit too far. Lost attempts to push Matic off the position.
Oh, Matic not going to be happy about that nade or that peak either. Lost finds it, looks for the spray down for the flush and gets it. Lost and Retro now looking to try and res their teammate. Keme on the hillside, his teammate holding face. Again, it's the same scenario, but in reverse. Team Spirit now looking to slow down these reses. A nade from Effect, spots the player close, has to dip back. Hasn't really got the backup to be taking this fight as aggressively. Now that they've fully lost Matic, do they need to continue this fight? I guess you just want to get rid of Asia Mix.
I mean, after this strong position they're holding on the high ground, this is a fight that you definitely want to go for. It's not something you can disengage from either. Effect just playing up close and personal. Very little ammo on the barrel here as well, and Lost has got another grenade to work with.
Nobody third-partying this just yet. There are some teams that maybe could do. Kitsune tries to sweep the leg, but gets taken down himself. And Lost looks for the spray. Effect and Nomi from the high ground look to protect their IGL and will be able to do a little bit more over to Lost. Keme down as well. Can Kitsune get back up because he's only got one teammate active? Now it's just Retro in a 1v1 behind effect on the vehicle. Low HP there. That is so low, and through the window, nails the shot. It's Asia Mix again to take down Team Spirit.
Yeah, what a fight there, honestly. I think for Matic, it's the case he holds that fight together a long time there for the Team Spirit. Difficult engagement. And pretty well played from Asia Mix. They've really just overwhelmed Team Spirit. I don't think they expected the speed at which they were going to push them. But a good fight. Very close.
You expect more in those scenarios. I mean, they got... The big mistake for Team Spirit, I think, was getting too bold trying to peek towards Demi, right? He was sat there over the ridgeline, and there was backstops, and Team Spirit just disregarded that and pushed right over, clear as day. They're silhouetted right on that ridgeline with nothing you can do. They didn't have smoke cover, they didn't have anything going out, no suppression, no off angles for themselves. So a little bit of a misstep there.
I think they're just very low on utility. I think that really what kills them is the fact that Lost has so many nades in his backpack compared to them. I think the effect was running of one, and it had to be very efficient. By the time you thought about throwing it out, there was already players pushing over the ridge side. Yeah, a very close fight. Could have gone either way. But again, Asia Mix just a lot of aggression. I mean, they completely forsake the backstop to go for the backstab. In the meantime, a lot of their players could have gone down off the back of that, but yeah, I just don't think Team Spirit expected that one either. Some very interesting plays coming out from Asia Mix.
They really are giving this lobby a run for their money. Zadira for Dagestan looks to try and solidify their lead now. They are flagging a little bit on the southwest side to try and push it into the south of La Cobraria, where the circle has centered up on this urban environment now. Zadira nails the spray, but doesn't quite connect enough for those rounds, and Alicio sits him back down. The off angle comes through from Magnum, but again, just not going to have the effect that it wants to, and Dagestan are losing players left and right. Stranger starting to turn things around now.
Yeah, it's just so brawly in this lobby. It's just essentially running at teams at the moment where utility becomes a little bit less of a factor because they're right up in your face quite a lot. And I think this comes from players who are very used to playing in lobbies with this is just the optimal gameplay, which is just get up close and personal a lot of times. Great shots here coming through from Limbo Boom. Takes down 2.
But he's only got himself to play with, and Limbo Boom cannot see the forest for the trees. The vehicle obscures his vision, and out the passenger side, they drop it on out and take down the elimination. Dagestan down, so top 2 are out, and Eagles remain. They are in La Cobraria in a central position, holding down one of the buildings there, the southeast sector of La Cob.
Yeah, they will have to push forward eventually if the circle doesn't shift down towards that southeast side, but not a bad spot to be playing in. They have the building. A lot of teams refusing to head towards that very open sector of La Cobraria on that northern side. Most looking to play around on those outer edges where it gives them a little bit of that high ground advantage. One for all, kind of checked out of this fight at the moment over towards that eastern side.
17-15, they try to pull off the old classic go center, don't make noise strat. Doesn't work out this time. They lose at least one. I think it was just Phantom who did go down there. But I guess, to be fair, they have made it into a building, which means that we're likely going to see them in top 5.
Yeah, it's typically how it goes. I don't think that's the greatest of spots, though, for 17-15.
No.
Pretty easy to spot players, but again, it's just they like to take these positions that no one really wants to play. But you're usually forced into playing later on, but they'll just take them early. And I can respect that because it does catch a lot of teams off guard where it's a case of they would have liked that much earlier, but they don't go for it. In comes Blue TIAM DX. You want to take control of the outer edges of the wall, but again, 17-15, they're already here.
Split across that 17-15 prow. Blue TIAM do lose a player to KONINA Power. They had to go further around and actually, one for all, get the better end of the deal. Getting into the east side of La Cobraria, they will have some buildings to play around. Potential for them to stretch out towards that east side as well. But S-Eagles squad right now, with this high up perch, they have so much oversight onto this one for all compound. It's going to be difficult for them to make those moves, but with smokes, with appropriate placement there, they can definitely start to break west when the time's right.
Yeah, I think, again, for one for all, this is a little bit of an unfortunate situation to be in, considering that a lot of teams will have eyes on them first when they make that move. This is the last resort compound that you take on the eastern side. GETSO's fully counted out here with just their 2-3 players on the eastern edge. Likely they'll be going down pretty soon. But again, all depends on this next circle, because it could go anywhere inside La Cabrera. Big Baby could have a massive chance if they're able to just play the western cliff face, essentially, that just looks out over the entirety of La Cabrera, and you get a really comfortable game off the back of that.
With a hard west shift, that's what they're looking for. Would be pretty unlikely, though, to see all of that under their control. Everybody's starting to make inroads. You can see the Eagles playing 2-2 on the east side. Asia Mix, they're playing up with 2 players that they have remaining after Team Spirit took 2 of them. They are also on that south side in a potentially strong spot. The circle still just teasing us with closing. Not just yet. I think we've got about 20 seconds before it comes on in. Blue TIAM do manage to get onto the north side. 17-15 as well. Both of them paid a player as toll to get into this area. But like you said, it's a pretty tricky area to kind of move through once you're kind of locked in there, right? It's a little bit open. Too open for that liking.
It's hard to move anywhere from that spot. Like I was saying, it's just a case of you sit there and then that's it. That's your game plan for the rest of the match. And it can be a winning position if the circle moves further over towards that north side. AA Academy, again, they have been checked out of this game for quite a while now. And it comes too late. Like, they realistically should have made that hard decision and just bit the bullet of heading in towards that northern side of La Cabrera and playing from that spot. And trying to just hold out on that northern edge for hope that the circle would go that way. Interesting decision from Gentle. I think they pulled this off quite a few times, so they have Gentle as an off angle. He's fairly confident to play on his own, but yeah, he's pretty out in the open. Finally finds a spot to play in, but KONINA Power is harassing him.
That's a wild rotate coming through. That's what I was exclaiming about, because from 17-15 to be able to get that sort of a foothold into the center is amazing for them. If they can regroup there, it would be a miracle. I'm not too hopeful for it. Brothers in Arms trying to descend. 8-8 Academy as well, similarly getting punished. Brothers in Arms do find a little opening towards the Strangers west side, and it's a split hold from Strangers, which means that just the one player to hold off against Carry Boy. Backup is coming in the form of those off angles, suppressing the sidelines of those buildings. Not in time to take Carry Boy down, though, and they do finally close that net, move more players, more resources out to the west.
Big Baby is basically holding the entirety of AA Academy with just 2 players. They're very focused on holding on to this compound that looks over on that western side. Tokyo, as well as Rodri Jr. will just try and break away into La Cabrera itself on that very western edge. Gentle hears that. Ragnar's going to go down to the blue, likely. Picky as well does get picked off. That is unfortunate. Yeah, Big Baby handled this very well. I think they knew that there was only really 2 angles that teams could have come from. They've got Arabao holding out on the angle on that south side to provide support, but they knew that a team might wrap over this northern edge, so very good pickup from them.
And just rolling everyone down now as well. They know what they've done. And that western side, potential to just completely send on in, right? If it is a last chance, you could maybe be able to get at least 2 players into a building in the middle of La Cabrera, and picking up these eliminations now is super valuable for them. Nades being traded 17-15, have GETSO to worry about. You kind of counted them out earlier, I think, Blank, but maybe they've got a chance here, although it doesn't look super likely. Remember, 17-15, they're split 2-1 after they sent Gentle all the way out to the west.
Yeah, with where GETSO's coming at the moment, they have the side swipe coming through from Blue TIAM DX, and that's what 17-15 sort of banking on here, is that Blue TIAM DX is going to get involved in this engagement. You can already see them pulling the pins on the nades, so you are penned in now as GETSO.
Big Baby actually trying to break out to that northwest point of La Cabrera and losing, well, a knock at least so far on the western side.
I'm not sure why.
Continue to survive bombardment. But again, low nades to 17-15. They don't have the resources to hold this off for long.
Oh, they just have to hold it down for the time being. This is where, for Big Baby, I'd likely make the approach to take the compound that just sits underneath the ridge side, trying to take control of the fences towards that north. So many teams and players are already in this location. You're going to get cut off here and there. I think they're banking on the fact they've got more angles. Arabelle needs to start playing the game, though. This compound's no longer worth it to them other than a scouting position, but all the wide wraps that might have come through have concluded. That's no longer a big thing that'll be happening from now on. Good shot over towards Silence from Big Baby. That should be the go signal. Try and pick up some kind of position. Crash is difficult. But again, that compound just underneath AA Academy Tokyo is available.
One for all. Finding out why the Eagles are in third place. Black going down, crawling on. Nice nade over the top. Doesn't quite reach the distance, though, towards Black. Nades for one for all, not finding their mark either. 3 players on the hold. For one for all, spots Jabba. Has the nade cooking. King should be able to nail this one, but a reposition timely there comes on through. Off-angle potential to play in with some shots, but the Eagles, they're giving ground when they need to. Flavius up into the close wall there. That's pinged out, and immediately a 1-2 punch with the nade takes him down.
Yeah, very good spot by S Eagles there onto Flavius. You'd have thought getting through the smoke there would have been pretty good play. Lovely nade from King. They're just not watching the angle. Needs to flush it out, though, realistically, because that is a free res otherwise. But this might give them time to pick up their players in return, which is a good trade, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it seems like they're a little bit faster on it now. It looks about even timed. So another nade from Smarty, if that finds a knock, would have been huge, but not going to be able to do so. The blue zone will hurry this up. It's going to chivvy things along just that little bit faster. The healings come through. Now it's a 4v4. A full assault comes on in for one for all. Looking to try and lay down the law, but immediate sightline line up. And it is just brutalization from KONINA Power. A third-party position tears one for all in half. Just Black now remains.
Yeah, I mean, for KONINA Power, they're just waiting for this to play out. They've got such good angles over towards S Eagles, and they have realistically the best position in the circle right now with these 3 buildings being controlled. Again, it's very easy to hold 3 separate spots because people aren't moving all that much unless forced by the circle in this particular position on the map. So maybe KONINA Power, they have a real good chance of actually winning this game. In comes the final players from GETSO. Duchu moves in, but it's just all shrouded by the smoke, and they're flying blind to both these teams.
Oh, big nade. Right in his face. Oh, distance from blue TIAM as well. Oh dear. That's going to close things down. 17-15 now with their duo. Can try and regroup potentially towards Gentle. It's a long road for them, and I don't think... Oh, they might have that buggy that they can use. The question is, how fast is that rollout?
Yeah, it's a tough decision to be made here, and I think Gentle has lived long enough now and is safe enough. Yeah, his position is known, but likely teams think he's just a solo if you are KONINA Power. So not thinking too heavily about a team flying in over towards to support him.
Banner just organizing his inventory to step out into the blue. Has to get back. Oh, nearly takes the last tick there. But if he's got a first aid anyway, he's going to be using that. So you can go down just a little bit lower. Gets the healing done. But the regroup needs to come through. They're being fully crunched out by blue TIAM.
Yeah, blue TIAM's got their number. I mean, some of the sight lines are cut off for blue TIAM, but shouldn't be that much of a problem as they're just third-party peeking this one. So I do think the tornado just literally zipped past into the smoke. Quick jump. Heavy nade over towards S Eagles as well from KONINA Power. Banner's going to make the same approach.
I mean, they're just going one by one. I mean, you don't need to do anything else, right? Eagles aren't going to push to the north side of the road, ever. So Tornado, you're just playing Secret Agent Cody Banks on this north side now.
Yeah, just play it safe, play it smart. Be heading through into the late game. I do like this from 17-15. They've played it pretty methodically to get this far into the match. KONINA Power, though, they've had their eyes over towards blue TIAM DX for quite some time now. I think there's one thing that KONINA Power have done well this game is keep tabs on where absolutely everyone is inside of this circle, which is not an easy feat.
I'm interested that Brothers in Arms have actually been able to work this western side effectively. They were outside of all of the teams in La Cobreria, and they've managed to get in and get a lot done as well. Just 2 players remaining, though, on the south side. They're the team that's slowing up Big Baby. Gentle now starting to feel a little bit of heat from the south side. Lawrence is getting close by. Woodson from Brothers in Arms as well, launching these nades towards him.
I think if Big Baby understood that it was just 2 players in Brothers in Arms, they would have likely crashed this position a long time ago. There's a shot from KONINA Power over towards Blue Team DX and Circle. Center's right up on top of them. Now it's really a question of whether S Eagles can actually assault onto KONINA Power or not. If they can, potentially a win for them, but you know, a lot of the money right now is on KONINA Power. They haven't picked up a huge amount of eliminations, but that's likely going to change in the last few minutes of the game. Still have 23 players in this one at Zone 8, which is impressive.
Yeah, 8 teams remaining as well. Not too long before it's all going to come crashing in. Big Baby, I don't think you can go for that res. You just got to hope that he can crawl to you. Strangers as well. Same story for Tree on that south side. And it is all on KONINA Power, the linchpin of this circle. With Eagles picking up another elimination point, they do push up and push Team Spirit out of the top 2. You see, they're now up in 2nd place. They've got placement points coming in besides that.
I think the real question is who's getting the podium finish, right? And for a lot of these teams, they're not in comfortable spots. I think that the top 2 very much confidently sitting with S Eagles and KONINA Power. That 3rd place is the real weird one. Good shots from Brothers in Arms. I mean, they've been holding it down in this location for quite some time, and Big Baby have been unable to deal with them. A massive warehouse, such a powerful spot for them to play from.
Ooh, Blue TIAM just went down. It was 17-15 are able to enact, and now they actually have, again, a cohesive 3 players. They're in a little bit of an extended line, and Big Baby gonna give them some pressure. Gentle has got his teammates backing him up, though. Has to dip back behind the truck, but will survive for just a moment longer. How much further can they go? 17-15. Stay alive with just 2, though. A Big Baby go down on the north edge.
Yeah, again, impressive game from 17-15. I think they're very good at playing with the scraps that is given to them. We're in the last circle now, and although this is an uncomfortable spot to play in, it does have some of the strongest hard cover. But as soon as they have to walk up over towards this roadside, it's a case of getting their bellies down. And can they find the opportunity to move? I think they'll have to wait for S Eagles to aggress onto KONINA Power and then make that run then.
Teams are starting to drop like flies now. We've got 5 teams remaining. 14 players alive in the lobby. 17-15 want to cross, but Tornado's down. Will get flushed very quickly. It's all up to Gentle now. He's the archetypal survivor for this team on this match. How much further can he go? He breaks to the right of that crate. Eagles are trying to push across as well. KONINA Power, they're still on 4. Brothers in Arms holding Gentle out, but a nade to find Woodson. And they're going to need to pick that one back up to move on forwards. I don't think they have time to do it, though. The blue zone is going to push him in, force this fight. Gentle might just be able to pick up another point, ladder up into 3rd place. KONINA Power trying to face off against Eagles.
Islam does find 17-15 on the side swipe. They've had a good eye towards this game, and now where it should be just in that 2v2. As we head down to our last 2 teams as 4. This could be a cheeky nade if you can get it through the window there.
Oh, it's good. Underneath Parks, but goes long. Far too long on the cook there from KONINA Power. Spooked by the nade coming his way.
Yeah, it does get some damage done and forces him to waste a grenade, which is the big thing. As long as you can influence their utility count, that's a big deal. And you look at Zero here, he's got none left. They got into this position very early, so they haven't been able to resupply. No teams near them to pick off the loot crates.
Oh dear, has to vault over. That's going to be dangerous. Will go down for it. 2 players down for KONINA Power, and it is a 1 versus 2 now, and it's just the Eagles rolling it down. KONINA Power, they cannot hold off, and the eagle-eyed Eagles are able to launch up into first place.
Yeah, and I think for KONINA, they didn't pick up enough elimination points for that place to be worth it at all. I think that they played very passively, and from that spot, you need to be taking yourself for first place. The chicken dinner from that position was very, very much an opportunity. The utility did not find enough, and I think they should have just sent a barrage across towards S Eagles as soon as that last circle started to push in, just to deny them a lot of that pressure. But the nades came out quite early on in that engagement, as opposed to the point where S Eagles had to move, because KONINA did have the inside track there. Kaya also kind of going his Rambo life there, where he moved forward with the pump shotgun and tried to take the fight with them in the smoke. That seemed questionable at best. But yeah, S Eagles managed to get themselves 12 elimination points from that spot, 22 points total. So very nice game from them.
Another chicken dinner that pushes Team Spirit out of the top 2. Dagestan will hold on to that second place for just a little bit longer as well, but a nice accelerating game from the Eagles. I think that's their 3rd chicken dinner so far. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see if they've got more left in the tank. Are they going to be able to keep spotting those things out that seem to be beyond us? But we'll be going to a short break, and we'll be back with more PUBG Mobile. S Eagles gang do it again, and they are going to be able to take another chicken dinner and propel themselves up into what I imagine is a cool first place, which would be great to see them at the top there. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we witnessed a pretty crazy finish on that Miramar, the northern shift, and nobody really taking any areas around La Coplaria, and then some mad dashes, right, to get into this one pretty late. So it was a really exciting final circle. Go back and watch it if you missed it, but let's take a look at those overalls. 93 on 8 matches for S Eagles squad. They have managed to put up 3 chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, 93 matches on 8 matches. I mean, they are pumping more than 11-point average right now, which is fairly impressive to say the least. So I think for S Eagles, they're on track to be in that first and second place regardless at this point. I think the fight now is between Team Spirit Dagestan and S Eagles. Our teams underneath just seem to be picking up points here and there, whereas these 3 teams, the ones picking up points consistently between games. But yeah, S Eagles squad just look pretty unmatched right now.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting to watch them proceed with things, get a little bit nutty with those elimination counts. Team Spirit, though, I feel like we haven't seen like a massive game from them yet, right? I think they got some chicken dinners, but it hasn't felt like they've just dominated this game yet. And that is something that I'm expecting to see from them, that we saw from Dagestan, right? We saw that huge game from Dagestan coming through, setting that benchmark. Yeah. But are we going to see it from Team Spirit? And if so, when? When are they going to be able to pull that out of the bag?
I'm trying not to be too harsh on Team Spirit at all, because I think right now they're doing well, right? I think they're actually doing pretty good. I mean, they've got quite a lot of points so far. They are still, even with their points taken off from them at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the tournament, sorry, those 10 points added, they are still in the position where they are right now, which is third place. So I think for Team Spirit, they have done a fairly good job. Like, they are flying under the radar in terms of the games they're having. But again, I don't think by any means they're playing badly. This is their particular problem, though, which is Sanhok, right? Sanhok being one of their better maps overall. But the fact of the matter is that they got hot dropped in boot camp, which didn't allow them to play their game, their play style, on a map where they usually pick up a lot of points.
Is it going to be another boot camp beatdown for Team Spirit, or are they going to emerge from this one? It looks like they're going there, and it looks like they still have a hot drop going on. So it's their time to shine. Drop on those weapons. Get something early. Try and play together. I mean, this is really interesting. I'm wondering, if you're a team like Blue TIAM, do you just drop on the compound there and then immediately go to boot camp to try and third party this? Because it could be potentially very profitable, but it looks like everyone's giving this just a very wide berth.
Yeah, Blue TIAM is going to go far on this one. It is Asia Mix and Team Spirit that will be inside of boot camp. Same hot drop from yesterday. Nomi's slightly isolated from the rest of the team, but they have the high ground. They're quickly getting looted up. QBZ, double QBZs in fact, and an AKM for Nomi. iNows will just be stabbing everyone, apparently, from A8 Academy.
God, it's like we're in London already. Goodness me. He's over on the northwest side there. That's over on the mountaintop on the northwest island. That scrap is continuing to fulminate into a full-fledged, all-out war over on that side.
One nade for Nomi, hoping for a strong one. To be fair, Dimmy is in a very nadeable position, but they would have to peek the stairs to make it happen. And they are holding them fairly effectively. Right now, the Team Spirit pretty much have the pick of the litter in terms of loot. Like, no one can really see them on this top side, so they can get as much gear as they would like. You can potentially jump out the window, pick up the loot that's sat on top of the buildings. So Asia Mix is just looking to catch them off guard, but I like what Team Spirit did here, which is a case of we're just going to play passive at the start here, not play into that aggressive mentality that Asia Mix likes to show them.
It's like they do want to start to make a move now. They feel like they've got enough loot. Asia Mix not being as maneuvered around, but there's a first aid there, a UMP. This is a decent loadout for Lost. Oh, he might just find an angle. Kitsune could spot a leg here as well, but he crosses. Lost doesn't pull the trigger. He's biding his time.
They're just spotting them out. I think for Team Spirit, they understand that they're the ones with the utility. They're the ones that can really instigate this engagement.
Not really finding too much. Asia Mix are being very, very quiet now, though. They are waiting. They're playing that snake game. Team Spirit, they're running around, they're shuffling, they're making those steps. As soon as one of these Asia Mix players makes a peep, you can bet that the rest of them are going to get descended on. Matic, he wants something. He wants the go sign. Looking pretty sleek in the catsuit.
Yeah. There's stuff happening around the map as well with Blue TIAM DX taking down strangers right now. Gyro's down. It's just Alicio up against Morris right now in this 1v1 currently.
He hops out. This is broadside. Really opened himself up to a fight, but he has got backup coming through. No matter, because Alicio's already handled it. And now it's again in a 1 versus 1. They are giving him these 1 versus 1s with a DBS in close range. Alicio with a right-hand advantage, but takes a lot of damage through the window. Can't quite find the third. That could have been huge for Alicio, but Strangers lose 2. The backup wasn't there in time. They didn't have the vehicles. Can these reses happen, though? Because in comes Brett.
Yeah, it was real slow on the response there from Strangers. I don't think they had a vehicle, though, in which case Blue TIAM DX were able to just get to the fight much earlier. Brett has a nade. Slightly late. And not on target either.
Check out the big boom on Brett. He lands the headshot through the door frame. Now, Gyro has 2 players to handle. Godsay really in the action, but there goes a beautiful shot to the guts. A second one to answer it, though, and it's up to Tree. Needs to try and keep his team alive here. But either way, any way you cut it, both of these teams having a pretty shocking time of it at the start of this match.
Yeah, it's been very slow from everyone here trying to get back into this fight to try and get something done. So I think for Blue TIAM DX, weird engagement for Strangers as well. There we go.
Ooh, spotted one. Ooh.
I mean, that's good. You've dislodged 1, so now you have a bit of space to work with.
They're all moving now. Positions given away. They can no longer bide their time. Team Spirit have had so much opportunity to roll around, gather up this loot. As Asia Mix were playing slow. Nobody here for third party. Nobody pushing up from Pioneer just yet. Could change, but for now, it is an isolated fight. Nomi, with that 1 nade in hand, he's really thinking hard about where he wants to put this one. Pops it through the door and doesn't get anything.
Yeah, that 1 nade was pretty essential to be worked with. Lost heads upstairs. In fact, they should hear the door opening. That's going to cause a little bit of panic on Team Spirit's side.
Ooh.
Walk back down again.
Getting bold. He's pre-firing the door, though. He knew which door it was. He was ready.
It's such a weird engagement. And you can kind of understand why it's such a weird engagement as well, because I think Team Spirit understands that this is their one of their strongest maps. They don't want to lose out on the points that could be given to them, especially with them being quite central in the circle off the back of a team just forcing this fight at the beginning every time.
I'm just waiting for KONINA Power to come up and finish this fight. Take both of these teams down, but it's not happening. Not just yet. The stim's slowly ticking, lost his health bar back up. Another nade for Kitsune. He threads the needle. There it is. There's the knock. There's the opener. Potential now for Team Spirit to keep this momentum going. They can isolate Lost. They know he's in this outhouse shack. Retro trying to hold down this door frame, and Nomi wants to peek it. Immediately, Kitsune able to do the work. Pre-firing the door frame. Nomi knows what's up with the cross.
Yeah, just slowly picking them apart here. And I think Asia Mix really likes to play into just very chaotic engagements, which is realistically what you don't want as a team. You don't want to be taking a fight where you are sacrificing players for the win, because at the start of the game here, you are just having a case of, right, we got 2 eliminations, 4 eliminations, but now we've lost the match.
Another Kitsune nade, and there's Shockwave. Now potentially they just rolled into the south side of this engagement. Could third party might put pressure onto Team Spirit to get this done. As Nomi finds another knock, Keme now towards the backlines. That crossfire means that they can move into these buildings. Shockwave still not established on that south hill, means that Team Spirit just got to roll forward. This is dangerous. This is where it could all come crumbling down. 2 players to line up for Asia Mix. A little bit of flak already caught. You can see there's a crossfire. They want to establish. They want to find these picks early. But they haven't found anything just yet. Team Spirit. They felt like they were gearing up, but they're not going in just yet. This one room is all it's going to take. But AsiaMix holding it down like nothing else. A cross jump. Nothing more.
I think they know exactly what's going on here. I mean, that was a very well taken fight, and they're very happy with themselves as well as Team Spirit, and rightly so, because again, AsiaMix does feel like a team that just wants to fight head on in more of a brawly matchup, in which case Team Spirit shows them a slow game, and that is the smart thing to do. KONINA Power now coming in from that eastern side, but the fight's concluded, so they don't hear any shots and they don't go for a third party, and Team Spirit can now comfortably loot up in boot camp, which is luckily still in the circle for them.
I'm still surprised that nobody third-partied that, right? There are a lot of teams moving around. Shockwave in particular. KONINA Power had a lot of opportunity to leave Painan for quite a while to come and third-party that. So if you're one of those teams and you're watching this back, then maybe 8 points for free in boot camp. Who knows? If Team Spirit are going to continue to try and keep that fight really, really slow, you know you've got a lot of time to try and circle that.
Yeah, I mean, for teams like KONINA Power, getting ahead is probably the better option, though, right? And it's not confirmed you're going to get 8 elimination points. You might just take, like, a couple of elims yourself. And this is why the fight is so weird for me, is because typically a boot camp hot drop only happens once or twice, and then one team will give it. It really can only contain one team, and a lot of time hot dropping in boot camp is just the end of the game for both teams, unless you are very skilled and you're able to do what Team Spirit was able to do there, which is a slow fight and then maintain 4 players. A lot of times boot camp hot drops result in one team winning, but did they really win because they lost 1 or 2 members, which really hamstrings the rest of their match.
They will parade on proudly, though, from boot camp on the south side. The circle went northwest and then went back to the mainland a little bit, but it's not confirmed just yet. A lot of ground that it could shift out to the west on for the time being, but a lot of teams committing to that mainland east island. Over in one of the strongest compounds in this circle right now, getting scrapped over by Dagestan and Strangers, who sit atop the hill. Strangers only on 2, Dagestan on 4 players, so should be fairly easy to take that one from them. Meanwhile, over on Northwest Island, FARVOICE Gaming, who were able to take 4 eliminations earlier on, Blank, now locking horns with Star Esports again.
Yeah, FARVOICE has had a bit of a weird game, honestly. Really kind of shifted in terms of their power, their potential in these matches. Again, they're in the blue. Feels a bit odd. They can still move out, but this is not the fight you'd really want to be taking at this point in the game. So much space available on the western side of the map, though. All those compounds around Hattin on that south side available to be played. There is a crossing that could be made. Potentially the call here for the guys on Team Spirit to go for, because so much is already taken care of here. Likely they're going to have to go for that. If they want to go for this wide wrap on the eastern side, going to be slightly difficult. They can wrap around Paris Resort, which is going to limit a lot of those sight lines available from teams currently in the circle. Yeah, a tough one. Same goes for Shockwave and KONINA Power. Although in the circle, they need to go further.
Team Spirit, remember, they've been locked in a fight for a long, long time. And whilst they did have a little bit more leeway to go and get loot, they're not going to have as much as they would like at this stage, right? They are going to have to spend a little bit of time there before they get on the bike and figure out where they want to go. FARVOICE, they take a knock, but it's zone 3 for a little bit longer, which means they can get that res, get a bandage off, and then a first aid, as long as those meds are available. Brothers in Arms taking shots, but that res can come through. Big Baby out on the east side. Dagestan in now full control of what I think is the strongest compound in this circle. Very, very central. A lot of oversight over the surrounding area. The difficulty, of course, is when you have to leave it, as it is with all sort of stronghold positions in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, again, it's a hard spot to play because you can get pushed upon quite easily a lot of times. So I think for Dagestan, they'll have to hold on this spot a little bit longer, but they are safe. And I think that's the big caveat here, is that being safe compared to a lot of teams who are playing on the crossroads, that is a difficult spot to be in. Where you can see S Eagles right now alongside with Brothers in Arms and Strangers, with Big Baby in that location as well. Fights are going to be happening constantly. Pressure is going to be applied to you a lot of the time. So I'd much rather be in Dagestan's situation where they don't have to worry about that for quite some time.
It's just Black remaining for one for all, down in the bush. So the Eagles don't spot him. 17-15 close by, but maybe completely unawares of his location, of his presence there on the north. I don't think he's quite in the next zone, so we'll have to crawl further forwards just a little bit through the lumberyard.
Yeah, FARVOICE get a little bit trigger happy, I'd say, on the western side of the map. Lose the play to the play zone. A bit awkward. And Star is able to make their way through. 17-15. Gentle. Running out in the open. Sort of to be expected. They get taken down there. I mean, you are running, and likely a lot of teams are playing that crossroaded area, so you've got to be very aware of those angles. They have to make a bit more of a tight wrap on the north side of the map to make something like that happen.
Brothers in Arms 2-2 north and south of the road. They're building a stronghold for now. That curved hillside on the north edge of this circle could be pretty powerful for 17-15 as Black does go down. Potential foothold on the cross for Star Esports as well from the west. And it centers up towards the Eagles. I mean, sure, let's go for it. Let's go for another back to back.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, this is pretty fortunate, honestly. That compound they're just coming up on now, I think they're trying to scout it, but the one on their western side, which ekes a little bit into the circle, is in, and there's no one playing in there, so they could move onto it quite easily. Again, gives a bit more time in the game. Dagestan currently taking shots over towards Star on the western side. Big Baby look over towards GETSO, all grouped up. One nade could spell the doom for them.
Nade in. If it lands through the window, needs to find a little bit more than that. Doesn't quite connect. Big Baby playing as 3, but with the zone under control, the run out for GETSO needs to come through. Team Spirit waiting in the wings to try and curtail that too. Looks like not glad. Very wary of this position, and rightly so.
Yeah, S Eagles just have a very strong spot. They're holding both sides of the compound at the moment. Not always easy to do that. Likely late game, they're going to have to give up at least one side of these shacks to be able to get in. FARVOICE have given up somewhat on the western side. I think their crossing is going to be very difficult, so they send into the water in the vehicle, and Shum just misses it. That pillar being the big problem in his midst. Nice nade towards Jakey, but does he nades perks? Huh?
Interesting technique. It's all part of their master plan, surely. KONINA Power and SHOCKWAVE on the south side looking for inside track to run up the coastline and have a chance at a potential central position here, but nades being traded right now. SHOCKWAVE getting the res onto Jakey. Should be fine. KONINA Power disengage at the price of 1.
I mean, which they took. I mean, at least SHOCKWAVE doesn't get the point, but still.
That's the big strat.
It's an interesting one, but I see very unhappy with his teammate. FARVOICE being taken down now by Star, who did make that crossing.
Ragnar might have a challenge. I would love it to shift down towards Ragnar on that little island. Wouldn't that just be great? Oh, I'd love to see it.
I've seen it end there before, actually. Mad Bull's winning a game from that very, very far up from the circle. Just made the mad dash and won it off that one. But yeah, circle heads back over towards S Eagles. It's not fully planted on those two compounds. Still pretty hard to aggress onto, but Team Spirit, what a good comeback on this game for them. Difficult rotate to make, difficult decision to go for, and I think they play this one out fairly well. And that compound I was talking about earlier, they finally took control of it. That should have had some loot in it as well. I don't think anyone picked up the loot inside there yet. So their bags won't be full, but they'll at least be a little bit heavier than they were before.
Nade up high towards Limbo Boom, but he's already repositioned away from it. Doesn't take the damage. SHOCKWAVE and KONINA Power continue to go at it on the south side as Jakey finds 0. I think that's a flush as well. Coming on through. Tries to get up on the coastline. Did Ragnar go down there too? I think he might have done.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who was able to pick him up, but yeah, 8 Academy now out. Kitsune finding KONINA Power as they try and make the dash up towards the compound. They will clean them out entirely. That's 6 eliminations. SHOCKWAVE should have heard that though.
They might try and roll around, or potentially just try and beat them to the punch, get closer to the center of this circle, because right now the east side is Team Spirit's playground. If they can push up, get a little bit more control towards GETSO and Brothers in Arms and Big Baby as well, they might have a good game on their hands, a big game, and that's what I said I wanted to see from them.
Nades just pouring on the top. This is an opportunity right now for Team Spirit. I'm imagining that Matic is providing a lot of this information back across to the team, that they have no clue where Team Spirit is playing at the moment. Obito over the top, but Brothers in Arms gets wiped clean there. And Brothers in Arms will leave the game in arms.
Down and out, GETSO now with a challenge over to Big Baby, but it's going well for them. Just one player now remains, and GETSO have all four in action. Arabal, I think he's been spotted. He's taking shots from the grass, from down in the dirt. And actually, this ridgeline is kind of suppressed from across the way. I think that might be Shockwave taking shots up towards the north side, but it's only going to last so long. And now it's just GETSO with 4.
Yeah, fight's concluding very quickly, and I think Not Glad spots out some of the players there from Team Spirit as Nomi starts to take shots, so they're fully aware of Team Spirit's position. They're slightly pincered now. But that 2-2 could be taken apart. It's just the uphill battle for Team Spirit that they have to make, which is going to be difficult for them. This is very reminiscent of the Miramar they played yesterday, where they played a 2-2 and just kind of held two teams at bay until they were forced off, because the circle's going to push Shockwave in.
Dagestan as well on the west side, down to just Limbo Boom. They've been flagging on their descent from the compound that kept them safe for so long. GETSO with prime real estate at this stage. This is really where Team Spirit want to end up. If you can take down a couple of the players from GETSO, find an opening, then force the Eagles to push out of their compound, and have a better time of it. And I think they've just realized that. Or, well, not realized, but they're finally enacting that. Getting closer into the fiery maw that is GETSO's approach.
I think for Team Spirit, again, like I said, the bags are not full right now, so ammo is a real problem. Nice shot onto Ked, though, from Matic. He's been very much watching these players for a long, long time on the Eastern side. Gets one pick, and the rest of Team Spirit can start to make that approach up the hill. Not Glad going down. This is huge for them.
Massive openers towards the north side, and they are not going to waste the time, but there's a nade being cooked. They need to be very careful here. 3 of them are rolled up right together. An air burst might take down more than they bargained for, but it doesn't connect. Doesn't do the damage it was looking for. Spray down, coming on through. Shockwave being handled by the Eagles in the meantime, and the rock is cleared. Team Spirit now, from the high ground, have a chance to get GETSO out of the way, out of the running. 2 players at the back line is what they have to deal with, because the res comes through. Shift on the circle, goes down southwest, and keeps the compound in.
That could be a good nade, a little bit too far. Yeah, keeping the compound in is so difficult. Next circle should shift them out, though, which is good. So 2 players now left to deal with for GETSO, and this is a very important fight for the boys on Team Spirit, because they need this loot.
Big flash onto Obito, but he launches another nade right on top of the knock, and that is going to be huge. Doesn't quite get a second, though. Obito is low. Ked crawling with the blue zone, pushing him in. Effect is down, but he's trying to get away with it. Ked has to get up on the feet, jump across to the tree. Obito as well. The blue zone playing hurry up on this fight, and out comes the flex. The Eagles are in for a fight.
Yeah, Eagles coming from behind here is devastating for GETSO. They just send 2 players as well, which is interesting to say the least. You'd have thought they'd send more for a situation like this, where you've got OMG and Devil still holding back. Great shot from Islam onto Nomi as he makes the cross.
2 players now for Team Spirit with their trapped right into the blue zone. This flex out is just secured Eagles the game, all but Kitsune and Matic. Brothers of old, can they hold it together? Can they find an opening? The nades continue to burst the eardrums of the Team Spirit backline, and maybe their backbone too.
Yeah, looking to clear out 1-2 here, because they want the second place, but another great nade from Islam, directly on target. We'll take down both of them. 9 elims though, second place, not terrible, and looks like the back-to-back is here for S Eagles.
They are just going to deal with 1 player remaining, and 1-2 goes down. S Eagles squad are absolutely tearing this lobby apart right now. Team Spirit, it felt like maybe they had a chance, but that 2-2 flex out, it just worked so well for the Eagles in that specific scenario.
Yeah, it really did. And they left 2 behind as well there for Shockwave. So a very aggressive play from Eagles just to send the 2 players over towards that north side to remove everyone from Team Spirit. I think it all sort of went wrong as soon as Abito hit that very lovely nade onto Team Spirit. Again, that little lip is so difficult to play with, and there's a lot of hard cover there for GETSO to play around. But again, that game could have gone much, much worse there for Team Spirit. And I think a 14-point game, very good.
Absolutely, definitely a great result. Eagles will break the 100-point barrier with that as well on the 10th match played. I think that was the 10th match. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. I have to double check. Might have been the 9th. But yeah, absolutely great news for them. Down towards the bottom, Asia Mix, they went out early. That was the victim, of course, that hot drop in the boot camp that started it all for Team Spirit.
Yeah, and again, much, much better how they actually dealt with boot camp there. They took a little bit of a break at the start of it, as we're going to do too right now.
Well, look at that. It's a back-to-back for the Eagles. Let's see if they can do it again, because we've got another match up. And it's going to be back to normalcy, I'm sure, as over on Erangel, we will find ourselves playing, getting adjusted for this last game. Not last game, what am I talking about? For this next game, as we are going to be heading back over to the grassy pastures.
Yeah, no, I've got to sort of a posture, that's all. So, you know, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. But then I realized I was too tall for the camera, so I had to readjust again. You can follow us over on our socials. You can find them down below there. Join the conversation. Let us know what you think about all the games that are occurring today. We're heading into our fourth match here. Before we close out the show of our last two, let's take a look at the overall, because things are getting pretty strong for Eagles at the top here with 111 points over 9 games. Kind of crazy stuff.
That's real big. That's real big numbers, Blank. I don't know if you've realized, but I'm sure you have. 4 chicken dinners, 111 points, out of nowhere, seemingly. So, it's a battle for second place. Team Spirit right now, just eking that out, 89 to 88. And there's a big drop-off from third down to fourth. So Dagestan and Team Spirit really going to be trading blows on this one. Strangers, actually. I don't think I would have expected Strangers to be up in fourth place and that sort of next team waiting in the wings to maybe leapfrog a bit. But there they are. Asia Mix even further down, 10 points behind that.
Yeah, it's very much becoming a bit of a battle. And we talked about this last game in the case of you sort of have those 3 teams that are very good at the top with Eagles, Dagestan, and Team Spirit. And the rest of the teams are all just clamoring for any points that they can get. They're not having consistent games like these guys are currently. But again, I am willing to be proven wrong. We do still have, I think it's quite a few games still left to play right now. We have 15 total, I believe. I'm not silly. I think I am correct. But yeah, so it's a lot of matches still left to play. We're only just hitting that halfway point now.
I think it's 13. No, we got more than that. No, you're right. We got 12 at least in 2 days, and then the extras from today, right? Yeah.
The 3, yeah.
No,
so
you
15.
are right. I'm silly. I am the one who was silly, in fact.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we still got
count, apparently.
a lot. I know. Look, counting is difficult at the best of times. But here we are in a qualification spot. Only 2 teams making it through as well. I feel like for a lot of teams that kind of changes how you play somewhat. I don't know if we've really discussed this too much, right? But the only goal for this tournament is place top 2, or well. To be fair, you're also looking to sort of develop as a player, get that experience against some global level teams, which you kind of are doing here.
Yeah.
But really, you're chasing that top 2 spot. And sometimes you'll see, especially in like finals, it's like, oh, it's a top 8. Like we'll play a little bit more conservative. We'll play a little bit more lackadaisical. But this time around, no, you just need to be one of the 2 best teams in the lobby in order to get anything out of this tournament.
Yeah, so you need to get those numbers on board. And I think that, yeah, some players are here looking to develop their skills, but I think the main goal for most players here and teams is just that top 2. So really it is all about trying to get as many points out as possible every single game. That's obviously made difficult for some teams who are encountering a lot of hot drops right now because it's just not advisable, right? I think that especially... Look, I don't want to keep harping on about Team Spirit, but
some teams could be any teams, but it's Team Spirit.
Especially for Team Spirit, who have dropped in bootcamp for the longest time, even way back when for Effect and Nomi on Major Pride, bootcamp was their drop spot. It just feels slightly odd to me that teams would challenge them there. Go somewhere else, play somewhere else. It's probably going to pan out better for you. Yeah, it's an unfortunate scenario.
You don't like it. You don't like it one bit. You
No,
feel like...
I don't. I don't know. Again, the goal is to get top 2. So why hamper yourself in a 4-day format, which is basically a sprint with hot drops? That's something that you can maybe challenge for a finals in the group stage. But right now, it's not the time to be challenging for a drop spot. Like, we're not playing PMSL EMEA, guys.
I mean, you could say the same about Asia Mix, but it's much less sort of expected that Asia Mix do incredibly well, right? So Asia Mix... they're getting hot drop experience against what should be the best team in the lobby, right? So that's great for Asia Mix. They're happy to keep this one going. Maybe not too long, right? We might see if I think we've actually only got 4.
I'm pretty sure it'll happen every day.
We've only got 4 Sanhoks, right? We've only got 4 Sanhoks in this tournament because we've got 4 days of play, 1 Sanhok per day. So could be that it's just a little bit... of a throwaway that Asia Mix are willing to be like, you know what, let's just get this training in. Let's literally go to a boot camp.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen every single day now. I don't really expect them to change off the drop spot. I think they're fully committed. at this point. If you're wondering why we're not in game yet, it's because we had a little rehost. We had to rejig the lobby, make sure it was all perfect for you guys at home when you're watching. I am pressing the start game button. Don't worry, I'm doing it as many times as I can. It's not working.
It's like
the big red button on my desk is broken.
It's like those experiments where they have like a little button for the animal to press, like to get a little pellet of feed. It's just not shooting out the pellet yet. We're both just slamming it like manically, but
yeah, I'm not coming back for that pellet anymore.
Yeah, we're very stressed. We're not completing that maze, not more. We're done. We're done. We're not playing your tricks, PUBG Mobile.
Again, I think that S-Eagles is playing. I don't know how to describe it. It's just it feels like a team shouldn't really be here in the qualifier, because Team Spirit is also a team that really should be in the qualifier. It's quite unfair, actually, in my opinion, because they are so good. You're pitting them against teams that are struggling. So them getting this spot in the qualifier to re-qualify, it's amusing to me. It is amusing, just in terms of like they will outclass so much of the competition. I think Dagestan's really the only other team that's given them a run for the money. But again, for S-Eagles, they feel like a team that should be in PMSL EMEA, and if they continue like this, they will be. But some of the plays they're making just feel top level.
Yeah, it is impeccable, really. It's or I guess for Eagles, it's peccable. Yeah, how are we feeling about that? That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, no? Yeah. I don't think they peck very much though. You know, like just swallow.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I feel like they go in for like the carcass and they like tear chunks out of.
That's a vulture.
No, eagles do that too. They must do. Eagles go for like rabbits and stuff. They don't swallow a rabbit whole, do they?
They swallow them whole.
They just swallow a whole rabbit.
Yeah.
All right, you first.
Yeah, they just.
Jeez.
Yeah. They got the mega stomach.
The mega stomach.
Yeah.
17 chambers in there.
If you see a really fat eagle, it's had an eagle. It's had a rabbit for breakfast.
Oh yeah, must be ready to regurgitate for the kids.
It's like waddling around.
Oh, I shouldn't have had all that rabbit. Oh.
I should have had all that rabbit. A whole rabbit in one.
And it's so warm today. Oh, I'm having a terrible time.
Which is probably why you've not seen many fat eagles around.
Yeah, they can't fly.
Because they don't do that.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's actually canonical now.
Anyway, this has been a weird derailing of Eagle talk. Not actually about the Eagles at all. But yeah, again, they are a ridiculously strong team that looks like they don't belong in a qualifier. Looks like they should have already qualified. And again, there's just some plays that feel, I don't know, crazy. Really, really crazy.
Do you feel like they're looking more like a white-tailed eagle or an Eastern Imperial eagle?
Oh, I don't know. I'll say white-tailed eagle. What does that look like? Has this got a white tail?
It's a brown bird, yellow beak, white tail. Pretty banging bird.
That's an American eagle. We already had this discussion. That's not a white. That's just an American eagle.
Sometimes known as the sea eagle. Unfortunately,
nah.
The bald eagle is like the American eagle. That's the one with the white head.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Definitely.
It's yellow beak, brown fur, white tail, American.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bald eagle is like the white-tailed eagle, but with a white head also, and that's like the really American one. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I've got the Wikipedia page up. The bald eagle. That's the one.
I don't know. I think you're talking nonsense. I think you've been editing the Wikipedia.
Okay. I've been Wikipedia.
I've seen an American eagle. It has like some stars on it.
Oh yeah.
And then like some stripes, and it's got like brown fur, red and blue eyes, and then white tail, yellow beak. I mean, a good team that did that in the past was Stalwart, maybe 2 years ago when they played Nova Apnoia a lot. But yeah, they played Edge all the time. They're very successful from it, but they always waited a long, long time. You cannot be playing Sosnovka and also be in the middle of the circle. Doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't indeed. 17-15. They've got a little fight on their hands, and they will be duking it out across the way with one for all. North and south, a little bit split on Pachinki. So they're not like super involved with one another. Hang on a minute, take that back. Look at the high ground. Looks like Banner's just got into a top position up on the church. That's going to mean that one for all can't really leave this fight of their own volition without potentially taking casualties. What I would do if they've heard that run up, if you're playing on one for all, you just swarm that church, right? You know there's a single player there. You saw those shoots further down to your south. Potential to just really ruin the day of 17-15.
Yeah, I mean, I think for 17-15 they are playing a dangerous game by having Banner up in the church there. Again, difficult for them to make the crossing over towards it. It is in view. You have to run up the hillside, so if 17-15 are being a bit wary about it, they could take the shots. You can see right there, the cross angle is good. Blue TIAM, DX taking shots over towards GETSO, I believe that is. That's around Gatka. As we get our circle, just drop over towards that northwest side.
Oh dear. GETSO gets rolled for one, and a second as well. Blue TIAM certainly controlling this Gatka position. Interestingly enough, FARVOICE Gaming did break all the way to Novo on their rotation. They're currently just about to land in. GETSO wanted to hold out with 3. The roll-up for Blue TIAM goes 1 for 1 on the trade. Through the window, find a second on the hold. Obito through the door frame, can't quite hold it down. And now with 2 players alive and kicking for Blue TIAM. They want to keep go way up. But no gyro has no chance as Duchu swings out wide. Ferrari peek around the edge.
My God. He's putting the fear of God back into him. God CR looking to take out Obito. Does fall. Duchu. I think he has the first aid kit here. And God CR just finds one of his own. So we're back into pretty evenly matched scenario. They do have the spotter. They can go away. Duchu's going to drop a painkiller, which might be useful just in terms of movement. Very minor improvement to the ability in the fight. Nade is going to be the big one.
He's pulling the pin.
2 of them. Damn.
That's pretty huge.
Okay.
Okay. He's got 1 of them. And it's just... Okay, he's got none of them. I mean, they get the res. He's using that nade as a stopgap, right? That stops him from pushing down the hall. You don't quite know how long's on the cook there for Duchu. I mean, you might... If you're timing it on the pin, you should know, but... always a little bit of a worry. And that allows you to get that res with a little bit of timing. Hang on a minute. Go away. He's got a nade of his own. Is this going to do a thing? Oh,
there's a lot of damage to him. He only has bandies left as well. I don't know. I feel like if you send the nade into the building, you just play on the outside, right? And you rush both of them. I think Duchu gave them so much time to get that res off. Just sort of unnecessary. Now he's in a really horrid scenario. And just go down. And Blue TIAM DX get away with 4 elims and 2 players still alive. Yeah, odd play from Duchu. Those nades felt very lackluster. I think as soon as the second one comes out and it's inside the building, you're like, there's no way they have any more nades. We've literally been looting for about 30 seconds. At the most, he has 2.
And then about 17 come their way. I mean, you know, it's what it is. FARVOICE Gaming, they lost a player. I didn't quite track who got that. It looks like Team Spirit. Yeah, Team Spirit. They must have got that early, right? Might have been on the top.
Nomi found them as they were dropping around about on farm side. Always was the east. It was a good pick. Very early. I think they've done that before, though. They actually did it in the very first game of the tournament on Erangel. So, again, awkward playing path leads to FARVOICE trying to pick up vehicles away from where Team Spirit like to grab their own. And FARVOICE don't drop on any loot. So for Team Spirit, it's quite an easy pickup for them. They head towards Nova Apnoia, and they're going to be looting in the blue for quite a while here. So for FARVOICE, odd decision on the drop location, though. I feel like Yaz is completely open, as is Mansion. Milton would have been an option as well. That is just homework not been done, John.
Yeah, I mean, everybody should be aware of all of these drop spots. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult because some of the teams will be less storied, less played as well. So getting that homework done, you can only really get that from scrims. So you can't.
And yesterday.
Yeah, true, actually, and yesterday. But the backup drops maybe not forced on this scenario. The plane path, I think, where was it? It was from like Kameshki over to South George, so it was quite really heavily northern focused. So this is sort of a unique situation that we haven't really had before, and then a northern circle. So we'll have to wait and see if that homework does come through if this happens again.
Yeah, it's just plenty of time to see the shoots on the parachutes, right? So I think it's a case of you could probably make a good estimation that there's no one going to be in Milter, and there are vehicles in Milter, so they wouldn't have to go for the same vehicle spawns as Team Spirit. Just a tip, just a little cheeky tip there for FARVOICE if they ever do watch the broadcast back, but there you go. Again, you are right though. I do think that it's a case of, you know, you don't have a huge amount of information on the backup drops, but you should be making some estimations whilst in the air of where people are dropping. And because it was such a straight plane path, you could relatively easily see where people were dropping out. Anyway, next circle, stage 2 on our screens very soon, as we have moved up towards that northwest side of the map. 17-15 still making their way on up there past One for All. And a lot of teams all caught up in the action over on that western side. And we drop back down towards the south on Everest. So an interesting finish, which opens the gates once again for Eagles.
Yeah, really interesting shift. And that puts Ruins right in the middle of it, right? That is going to be potential for Dagestan to take control of that. That Ruins high ground, that split on the east side of this, that Everest position. A lot of that compound play can come on through. Team Spirit are going to try and push in from the southeast side. A lot of open ground for them to cover, but these river crossings are about to get murderous.
Yeah, so many teams want the very few compounds that are sat around Everest because there's very few, and a lot of the other space is pretty open and treacherous to play. And you can see here S Eagles had one of the quickest rotates into the circle from their position in Primorsk, and even they have taken a fairly shoddy compound, say the least, but it is a position to play on that southwest side, and that's the most important part for them, because a lot of other teams will just not have anywhere to work with. Team Spirit in the midst of it alongside with 17-15. One for All are backing them up from the south side, and Dagestan move over towards Ruins and take up Castle. I don't mind this split from Dagestan. It is going to get a bit hectic though, because most teams already made their way into the circle from that north side, so there's going to be a lot of angles to have to deal with.
Blue TIAM with 2. Be surprised that they can hold this for much longer. The potential with a backup from Star Esports on the west. This bridge can be a bit of safety for them. Shockwave are across, and will find residency to the east side of this. No one up on the top of Everest completely just yet. Star Esports are looking to transition there, though.
Yeah, Star Esports just sending their way up Mount Everest itself towards that backside. Reasonable spot to play, actually, for Star. And I like the fact that they're not forcing themselves too far over towards the east. They knew there was a lot of teams playing on the north side of this circle, so back down, try and hold out teams that are attempting to come in from that southwest side. That includes both Eagles and Brothers in Arms, who are now making their rotate on that western side. So yeah, for Star, they just need to be a little bit careful, because it's very easy to rock up behind you on Everest a lot of times. Eagles move forward. I'm surprised this compound didn't get taken. They were given a lot of time to just pick this one up for themselves.
Yeah, they've got a lot of power now on this 2 up, 2 down situation. It's a little bit far to the south. I mean, it's not fully guaranteed to commit all the way to the south on this circle, as much as it is very likely now. I think we've got, what is that, like 20%, 25% maybe of the circle on the north side of that river, a lot more on the south side. So it could potentially be a little tricksy and sling all the way back up north, and there you go. And now it's an even split, really. That central island kind of cuts things out, and the north is now even more likely, I would say, than the south side. So things can go topsy-turvy. It's just what happens here.
Yeah, this is a south-north slingshot. And I think that this is going to cause so many problems for teams on the south side of the map. For Dagestan, they're in a really good spot. They've got so much control over ruins, and they should just exert control over there. This is not particularly a location they might win from, but it's a position where they can pick up a huge amount of eliminations and make the game worth it just off the back of that.
Star Esports trying to create a wall of lead for Brothers in Arms to run into, but not quite connecting just yet. Seemed completely unperturbed. Hang on a minute. No, Default did get a knock there. A nice little spray at range. Potential to just get that res straight back up, though, for Brothers in Arms, depending on how out in the open it was. Dagestan, they're going to have to hold off against 17-15, who are on 3 players, remember? And they will be pushing in from this western side.
Yeah, Magnum already picked up a player from 17-15, so they knew roughly where they were. And now 17-15 is pretty much just on bellies crawling around this ridge side. It's going to get dangerous, though, because more and more teams are going to start to push behind them. Team Spirit likely going to take a fight here with one for all. But KONINA Power, just one player remaining in Badussi. This Asia Mix just rolls over him.
I mean, that's just how it goes for Asia Mix. They are back at it again when they're not dead in the first few. It seems like this team does have some real legs to get it going. I mean, Keme really is the star name on that roster, right? And he was really, really forceful back in the day and with his addition to the major leagues. But now playing on this roster seems to have found another decent home for himself.
Yeah, he was kind of the weak link on Eastern Stars, right? And I think that clearly showed for a long, long time. But he still plays alongside with a lot of really difficult and strong teams to work against. And he didn't play terribly. He just was the clear weak link on that squad. So I think for Keme playing on Asia Mix, he's found a good place to develop and grow on a team. And he's been looking fairly good because of it. So I don't particularly mind where Keme's currently playing. Those points were wrong on the top side of the screen.
Ooh, they may be. I think it looks like it's from the previous match, right? It looks like they just haven't updated because Eagles are on 111 at the start of this game.
Yeah, we'll get that updated for you. Don't worry. We'll alert people to that. It's been taken away for good reason. Next circle, shifting. Shockwave. We're in a pretty tough spot towards the beginning of this game, and then the circle was like, nah, you're winning it.
Oh.
Okay.
And it goes again.
How do you feel about that one?
Let's do a post-match interview with them already. So, Vagnazada, where does the name come from?
Who knows? Got GG Zada on the team now as well.
True.
He's just got himself an elimination over towards Blue TIAM DX.
This is Shockwave's time to control this bridge, right? Star Esports, if they can get a solid position under the bridge once teams around them have started to thin out, it's going to be huge. But it's so difficult to get there unperturbed at this stage because so many teams are going to be looking to push in beyond all those off angles that you need to worry about and really push you into a hard situation. But they've got this tower. They don't need to leave this wizard tower just yet. You can see they're just trying to control all of the South Shore.
I mean, that is smart. Again, there's that small bit of space to play on that South Bridge crossing. A8 Academy, again, passive play style. They're going to head towards that eastern side. Stars doing their best to hold out teams. There's just one player from Blue TIAM DX at the moment. One for all finding Big Baby. They took a knock from Eagles earlier. And then they went for a pretty insane approach towards the circle. Just flew towards the center crossing. I think they got one player in. That's over, lad. Lawrence is observing the other players from inside the car.
Oh, you guys must be having a real rough time of it. That's rubbish. I'm here too. And he finds it. What? What? Lawrence?
You can shoot out the side of the vehicle. He's absolutely owned them.
Yeah, he's absolutely destroyed them. And their souls. It's a bad time. Blue TIAM finally go down fully. They were on 2 players for a while there. As Default trying to get that first aid before he crosses. Teammate. I mean, that door's gonna go. Gotta be careful. Eagles into a fight with 17-15. Are able to do it. Devil comes through. Manages to strike up a deal with them. And takes down 17-15. But he's the last player to stand. And there are so many players in the wings now. You've got, I think, Team Spirit most notably. the swing around for Dagestan, potential to change things up here.
Yeah, Dagestan have eyes on towards that position. Team Spirit has been playing very slow on the outside. They do find one that's effect, and that nade should spell defeat for them. Devil lives for a little bit longer, but Shifu's got the angle. Should be game over.
Ooh. Nice. Perfect nade. Well, not perfect, but does the job. Team Spirit, they're striking up the road, though. They are taking their time. Instead of third-partying this engagement, they just kept it at bay, and now they can move up the roadside towards the river, which is going to be so important.
Hello?
One for all up towards Flavius. The slow roll up there. And Nomi just eats dirt.
I mean, fair enough. I wouldn't expect this guy to just be sat on the ground, just running around aimlessly. But he gets the backstab. Fair play. And Nomi will fall because of it. Another move on the circle coming up. Very difficult to determine who's going to win this game.
Looks like they were flexing out to try and backfill Team Spirit. They've been pretty fastidious on holding their back lines, but Dagestan also going to have to rotate around. Next circle, just about to pop. It's more south.
Yes, so now this gives a big opportunity for the guys on Team Spirit. No. And again, Zadira gets a nice shot over towards effect there. Kitsune, Matic, bloody hell. Rain's gone. It's too warm. It's too hot.
It's too warm. It's too warm.
It's meant to be the UK. It's meant to be rainy and horrible.
I like it warm, but I don't like it this warm. You know. It's too.
Team Spirit down to just 2. Flavius kind of has been the big problem maker for him here. I think if he didn't go down, this would have been a very different story. Kitsune getting knocked on the backside. Dear me.
Oh dear. The hardest swing on the wheel there. But Dagestan do finally take the thorn out the side of Team Spirit. Are they looking for the res? No. They have effect way far forwards on this one. So Team Spirit just losing thunder almost instantly. Dagestan with a chance to jump up over towards that first place. Rules on the right-hand side are, I believe, 1 game behind right now, so they're not fully up to date. We'll have to make sure that those are correct for our post-match. Let's see what they've got going. Effect now under pressure from the south side. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Team Spirit going down fully, but Effect's in the river now.
Yeah, it's a good play, good move out. He knows that from the south side of the map, so many teams are going to die on the northern edge that he could at least get, like, try to pick up a top 5 and salvage some of the points here. Because they are quite close to the top, and they're directly fighting with Dagestan. Magnum does get knocked, though.
Tokyo pulled out the vehicle. A little bit prematurely for his liking. Response from Peachy, who can move in, potentially look for this res. Needs to smoke it up a little bit. Team Spirit will be down for our second Erangel of the day. They will be out of it. Strangers moving over the North Hillsides now. They've got high ground, but they do not have a circle position. They want to enact vengeance on the teams to their south, open up some doors for themselves, and get on the road now. Rodri trying to hold it out. Do Rodri Sr. proud, but it's not going to work out. Gonna have to bury his son on that one. Tree takes him out.
That's a bit morbid, isn't it?
I know.
AA Academy still looking to hold on, but Strangers have completely cut them out from the circle there. They do have 2 players knocked on the backside that they're going to struggle to pick back up again, but the overall threat from AA Academy is gone. So there is a potential for the boys and Strangers to move back up north and pick up their teammates, potentially. We'll see. If they do move up the hill, they do expose themselves. 6 smokes, though. I mean, at this point, I'm throwing the smokes. I'm creating the train.
Asia mix with their ridgeline. Shockwave have been here for the longest time. They haven't lost anyone either. Not yet. Stranger losing their back. Next circle coming in soon. If this pushes south, I mean, this is Dagestan's time, right? This has to be their chance. They've got a lot of control over the south side, but Star Esports are in a pretty strong spot on the south edge.
Yeah, it's difficult for Dagestan is moving up towards this northern edge. There's a lot of places you can be seen, and I think for Dagestan, it's more of an idea of playing on the edge side and waiting for teams to push into them, because now they have to play a passive game and wait for a lot of these teams on the northern side to sort of take one another out, and then they can swoop in and pick up the win for themselves. So Yes, they'll have a lot of control in the late game, but we're talking late game. We're talking about stage 7, stage 8. Because Zadira's position is known on that north side. Yeah, it's a bit more of a slow game now for Dagestan. They can certainly still pick themselves up eliminations if they can spot them.
I'm looking at SHOCKWAVE as well here, right? Because at the moment, they haven't really had as much of an impact as they would like. 3 eliminations, and they're going to have to leave their stronghold compound, right? And everybody, of course, is going to know exactly where they are. The question is who can do anything about it. Star Esports in their Wizard Tower, going to have to leave that too. And that run out is covered by also everybody else.
Jakey looking for the final players from Asia Mix. Really quick wrap up there from SHOCKWAVE onto Asia Mix. Very, very well done. And SHOCKWAVE had a ton of control from this north side for a long time. They gifted a really strong spot inside the circle, but crossing the bridge is going to be very difficult with Brothers in Arms, Star, as well as Big Baby, who have had a very strong spot for a very long time, and Lawrence has been sort of lording over the deep in the water there.
At the moment, though, Tokyo is slap bang in the middle of the water. He is Aquaman right now, or Namor, depending on your franchise proclivities, but I think one's more famous than the other, and only one's been played by, oh, what's his face? Can't remember. Anyway, Brothers in Arms making their way up the shoreline on the north edge. Trying to make something work, but look at this, a full 4-player in single vehicle rotation. I hate to see it, but it might just work out. Dagestan, they're split right now, remember, 2 and 2, dropping 1 on a low angle there. Might just confuse Dagestan enough, but the regroup comes through. Dagestan disciplined here.
Yeah, they are just sending off. Again, this is what I was talking about. They have to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more safe. And Star understands this as well. They're one of the few teams that could disengage from that fight on the north side. So this is also a winning position. They know that. So they move down over towards the south side to try and take this engagement with Dagestan. But a very quick regroup over towards the buildings and the cover means that Star's wind has been taken out of the sail.
Default trying to get the peaks over the top of the rock. Strangers taking shots across the river. Default using that third person over the top on the UAS as Brothers in Arms try and make their break for it. SHOCKWAVE kind of being left alone on the northern shore. If they can get rid of Brothers in Arms, they got a real good chance here. Vagnazada able to find one more. Shots over towards the bridge line. Can they get more done here? Can they stop Brothers in Arms from doing too much to stop their way? Because at the moment, one dude's down, low HP in the back lines. They've got to move fast.
Yeah, SHOCKWAVE was sort of doomed on this northern side, and they were just looking to pick up as many eliminations as possible from that spot whilst they could. But getting across the bridge that was held by so many teams, because so many teams do like to post up on that bridge side. So SHOCKWAVE's just trying to clear out as many teams as possible on this northern edge. Circle pushes towards the north again, though, and this gives a little bit of an opportunity for potentially Brothers in Arms and Big Baby of all people. Lawrence has been having a right game for himself.
That's me. Nades over towards Star Esports and Dagestan. They've regrouped. They figured out, oh, hang on a minute. Let's just put some nades into them. Taking Star down to 2 active, but it's only the one player there. And Satira, quick as you like, right over the top of them. And Star Esports are out. Now Dagestan can start to look to move north. They have got a couple of pieces of cover. The terrain does give them some advantage as well. And nobody really is there to challenge them. I mean, Brothers in Arms on one player. Is it SHOCKWAVE the only team who can challenge right now?
Yeah, for Dagestan, that was a very good pickup because they knew they need to finish that fight very quickly so they can start looking over towards that north side, because they're a team now that can certainly pick up much of these eliminations towards the end game for themselves. SHOCKWAVE is doing a good job to hold on, but sends the water. Likely Lawrence is going to take out Jakey as well. This has been such a problem position. I'm surprised no one's just naded him out, honestly.
Maybe they're just not fully aware of it. There's finally some shots. Lawrence goes down. And Tokyo's the one to do it from the other vehicle. Okay, let's get going. That is going to be Big Baby out, and the water continues to bubble with the feud. But it's all Dagestan, just lording over it all. Those land dwellers, so proud.
Vagnazada, very low. Will have to pick himself back up again, but the circle's going to indefinitely take these players out.
Go on, Jakey.
Jakey's trying to move around to the side. He'd have to, basically, his main job here is to take out 8-8 Academy. 11 elims. I think Shockwave's done enough from the position they were in. This is a pretty fantastic game for Shockwave. They understood the assignment, which was get as many elims as possible as the game slipped away from them.
Jakey seems like he's waiting for 8-8 Academy to actually get more done. Shifu may think... Oh, no. There it is. He's dead. Shockwave are out, and it's 8-8 Academy to get up into second place. 13 eliminations, probably 14 eliminations. Tokyo may just go down underwater, though. And that is Dagestan with a chicken dinner from the South Shore. They played from Ruins on the split, and it has worked out for them. They were able to ruin everybody else's blank. Gets flashbanged.
I did get flashbang. Now let me sort out the focus as well in the meantime. But yeah, Dagestan, great game from them. Very, very fantastic maneuvers from Dagestan. Again, they played the game pretty perfectly. They understood what they needed to do in which scenario. And this is one of the few teams that's been able to put up some strong games fairly frequently over this tournament. So 23 points total on that match. Shockwave were able to get themselves 16. Big Baby basically won off the back of Lawrence's back. Very, very interesting rotation they made from the early game. I think they went through basically 7 teams to get towards that bridge side. And Team Spirit go down with just 2 points. This is one of the few games where S Eagles not done great either, so 3 points for them. But I think that came with the fact that they just deathballed it into one spot.
Well, we need to refocus for the last 2 matches, as we are going to go to a short break. It's time to do another Miramar. That's right, we've got the PMSL EMEA qualifier still raging on for those top 2 spots. That's what it's all about here. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. He is ready. We are ready. We are completely good to go. We got Wacko over on the producing set. He is nailing it, bringing us those overalls. That looks like it might be out of date, though. I think that's one match behind. No, wait. Oh, it's weird. What?
Not sure why this is showing up the way it is. Weirdly wrong right now. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
It looks like it's just forgotten about match number 9. I think that's what's happened. Like, everything else seems fine, but match 9 just isn't on those records. I think that's kind of what's happened there. Because not too sure.
We'll see. We'll see. We're heading into games soon anyway, so we can figure that out during the break. I did say I'd let people know. I didn't. So technically on me, really. Oh.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so we're getting some information from our producer right now, and Eagles have lost points. Currently, we're not sure why, but we will find out for you as soon as possible.
I'm furiously typing right now to get clarification. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see for that. But as it stands, I think what was it? Dagestan on 111 towards the top.
Yeah, I think it looked weird because Dagestan was on the same points that Eagles were on.
Yeah. Something was something was off. Okay, we've just had words about why the Eagles were discounted, I believe, 16 points total. They
Yeah,
weren't running
probably-
the official. Yeah, they weren't
We
running.
probably need further clarification on it.
Yeah.
to be honest with you. And I'm sure we'll have a social media post about it later, which you can check out, and we'll figure out all the details then. But in the meantime, all you need to know is that they were discounted 16 points from their placements, not from their eliminations. But we will figure this out as soon as possible, and we'll let you know. Probably tomorrow.
But they didn't get discounted the chicken dinner, which is the first tiebreaker, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, either way, I think by tomorrow we'll have some more information on it. But right now we are heading into Miramar, which is our 5th match of the day. And then we'll have our Erangel to finish things off. So we're almost at a close here at the halfway point. And some teams have really blasted out ahead, including Dagestan, who have been playing a pretty fantastic game.
Yeah, they have been ready, raring to go. Everybody is just getting on board with that mission. As it stands then, with that discount on the Eagles tally, they are in second place still, but Team Spirit hot on their heels. That drop-off now is looking pretty insurmountable at this stage for the top 3.
Yeah, I think for a lot of teams, this is now just a case of on the chase, really. But it's going to be very difficult to beat these top 3 teams in Dagestan, Eagles, and Team Spirit. I think for Eagles and Dagestan currently playing very, very well. And I think that, Dagestan certainly deserves this first place spot. Ashifu's always been a very, very good player on that side. And I think that in the past, he's had some really clutch moments, but it does feel like Zadira, Limbo, Boom, all these players on the team have really upped their game in a big way to kind of support Shifu a little bit more.
Having a lot of presence within this lobby. They've been pretty strong on those holds. Playing path, they drop out quite late here, down towards the south side of the map. Looks like we may be getting some Los Leones contests, but no, Team Spirit are going a little bit further over towards Chumacera. The North Circle comes back in again. We're going straight back up towards La Cobreria.
Yeah, again, I think last time it was a little bit more over towards Crater Fields and less centered over towards La Cobreria, and then we got some hard shifts on that side, which, again, it's a difficult scenario for teams on that game where it was up and down again, so it was very few teams that knew exactly where they were going. But yeah, I think this is a bit more of a fair one in terms of where you want to go.
Shockwave. They are closest to the circle. They are towards that north side. In fact, in this circle currently. Nobody taking casualties just yet. And actually, FARVOICE have decided to go even further beyond and potentially even roll up towards La Cobreria. It wouldn't be a terrible idea, right? To just grab some vehicles, head out there because the plane path was so easterly. Nobody making that move just yet, though.
Yeah, no one's quite gone for it. I think a lot of teams are still figuring out where they want to play on the map right now. And again, there is a lot of these high ground positions over towards the north side of the map, which will get picked up eventually. But right now with that plane path, a lot of teams are just preferring to get looted up as much as possible. Again, so many vehicle spawns on this map will allow you to rotate quite quickly over towards that top side. And the entirety of the western side of the map is clear because of that plane path. So teams should have ample opportunity to make their way up there very shortly and make those wide routes, because it is confirmed to be quite north. Wide routes on the northern edge of the circle are going to be pretty easy to make happen. I think most teams fairly comfortable right now just to be in, so to speak, looting mode.
Yeah, early drops. Grab those vehicles. I expect within the minute we'll see some teams start to swing out wide and maybe break out further. For the time being, though, cohabitation is on the menu for everyone. Over towards San Martin as well. I'm looking at GETSO. I mean, GETSO have got all the way to Campo Militar with KED, and they are slowly making their way over through Torre Hamada. I'm very interested in this KONINA power split, Blank. I think that Perks being so far down south, as long as he's got a vehicle, is fine, and it fully intends on, as soon as he gets information and sees some players moving towards him, rotating back up north. But the rest of KONINA power, I'm not so sure on, right? I feel like they are really committing over towards Torre Hamada, and potentially could do better by shimmying a little bit further west if they finish looting.
Yeah, I think for Perks, maybe he's trying to stay away from the rest of his team because he doesn't want to get naded by Budussi. Might be the reasoning.
Fair.
But yeah, quick loot up. And I think he was just looking for a vehicle spawn down that south side, which he now has as he makes his way back up to the rest of the team. Again, there's not that many around Tierra Bronca. So for him to pick up a vehicle nice and early and get back to the rest of the team, it's nice to see. GETSO drops in Campo Militar. It was pretty good timing for them on the plane path because they decided to drop early. They'll take Campo Militar, and we had this heavy northern shift on the circle, which gives them ample time to actually loot up and then get into a strong position on those high grounds.
That's a real loud Lambo there. A real groan from the engine. Just pops an energy drink in the driver's seat. Not very safe. You shouldn't do that if you're watching at home and can drive. Fun fact about me, Blank, I don't have a driver's license. There you go.
Fun fact about me, I've got a provisional driver's license.
Oh, I got one of those. Everyone's got one of those.
For ID.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just say, do you know who I am? And they let me in.
I could get in a vehicle.
I'm allowed to occupy vehicles.
Yeah. I can get in the passenger seat.
That's right.
No, I do need to learn to drive.
It is on the menu. It's definitely something I need to do.
True. I can drive in game though, so it's fine.
Well.
Eagles are on their way out. Yeah, I've done a lot of driving experience. I reckon I could get in a car, do well.
As long as it's not in Maxman's vehicle. I feel like that's the most dangerous place to be.
Same thing. Yeah, he will run you over.
Somehow.
Some way. To be fair, it's usually me running over Maxman, but it's a case where I'll park the vehicle really nicely and then Maxman will get knocked. I'm like,
how's that?
How?
He'll run really fast into the bumper.
Why are you behind the car?
He'll strap on the rocket boots and just slam straight into the crowbar, into the rear axle.
But he does carry me a lot. So.
That's true.
This is the difference.
It's the trade-off. Sometimes he carry, sometimes he fall over. And right now, Shockwave are falling over something awful over towards the feet of FARVOICE Gaming. That's slap bang in the middle as well. And Shockwave had a chance to get really central on some decent hills just to the northwest of water treatment. Oh, I love that bark of the K9. But it's not going to connect this time.
Yeah, a lot of teams need to make their way up. And you can kind of understand why Shockwave tried to aggress onto this location. It's because it's one of the stronger spots in the circle right now. One of that central high grounds. But not only is this high ground, it also has the compound up here as well. So you've got that added bit of safety. Thing that is questionable, and you can see why Shockwave made a later crossing to this location, is because you look at FARVOICE, the ammo count is terrible, the utility is terrible, and they're aiming to play in a position where you need to hold for the rest of the game. So yeah, I don't know how long-lived this location is for FARVOICE. More than likely going to get trampled over by another team if the circle continues to head over that way, because they just won't have the things to hold on to it. So that's why Shockwave, they took a little bit longer to loot, because I imagine they were ready for the long haul to just sit in that location for a while and didn't expect the team to be instantly there.
Oh, I just hate that vehicle noise so much. It's the worst one.
Well, the electric car.
Yeah, it just sounds like it's an accordion that just can't quite get started, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I feel every time I hear it.
I think it sounds quite satisfying.
Oh, no. Oh, no. On a take it or leave it choice, I'm leaving it. Oh!
Next pop. Wow. Heavy over towards that eastern side, towards Cruz de Valle. And GETSO pretty happy with their position. Shockwave tried to find a new location to stay, but have directly moved in towards Blue TIAM DX. Nate's flying back and forth, though. from Shockwave and Blue TIAM. But Brothers in Arms are also here. What is this?
Shockwave lost 2 players early, and it looks like they might be losing more as well. Brothers in Arms encircle it all. And now can Blue TIAM hold off while they still have players upstairs to worry about? Looks like it's going to be too tall an order. There's bodies falling left and right, though. GG Zada holding the top of the stairs effectively, and Blue TIAM swept aside. A chance for him to actually take down a lot of the Brothers in Arms. Doesn't have any needs to do it, though. Loops up towards that high ground. Thinks better of it, though. The Molotov burns him away from the window. And these reses can come through. Brothers in Arms can really start to just choke this fight out. Stay alive as 4 in a pretty decent spot out on the west.
Yeah, it's been a wild third party that came through. GGZard just finds himself a nade, but it's a little bit too late for him. You can still maybe lob one down the stairs as they try and push up over towards him. It's just the one nade here. Has some smokes. Early nade. Gets a lot of damage done, though.
A lot of punishment sent over the wall. They don't rush it. They're playing this slow. They're playing it by the book. They don't want this to be challenged at a later date. GG Zada has the corner, and he's dead.
Yeah, don't give him any 1v1s. Everyone peeks out at the same time, and Brothers in Arms will pick themselves up a fair bit of loot, on top of the fact that they'll get themselves 3 eliminations from pretty swift third party. Over towards Blue TIAM DX. There's FARVOICE Gaming, immediately vacated into another compounded location.
I'm trying to guess who the guy with the Mandarin characters is in their name, because Brothers in Arms have got, I think, a 6-player roster right now. It might be Zodiac, but I'm not sure.
Potentially, maybe. Big Baby's been out in the blue for a while. They're moving up from that south side around truck stop. I'll head towards the south side of the circle. A little bit of a difficult crossing. It's sort of a bit of a deathly approach from the north side of Graveyard. Very open area, very easily spottable. That's why a lot of teams are shifting over towards the east and west side. They don't want to cross into this circle from the south. And I think Big Baby's probably going to divert over towards Cruz de Valle as well, just behind One for All.
Teams crunching in. I'm surprised we've only seen 2 rosters go down fully. Star losing a player. Not the end of the world, but not great. And look at how split they are on that northwest side. Next circle. Pops down south. Okay. This is a real interesting one. It cuts out Cruz de Valle on the northeast side, which leaves just open terrain between Cruz de Valle. I think water treatment is just in on that northwest edge, so potential for a lot to go on there. That hillside to the east of water treatment, I think is going to be prime real estate, but it's going to be so heavily contested.
Yeah, it's difficult to get in there. Having a bit of a dance-off right now. The boys on Eagles.
Okay. Hopefully they get
Very
moving
cool.
soon. There we go. That did look cool.
Yeah, they've got the skins to match the chops in game.
That's right. Now, if only they remember to load up their anti-cheat every game, they wouldn't have lost 16 points.
True. Eagles. Over towards that western edge. I mean, they are fairly central right now. Can play from that position. Asia Mix, oof, bit of a tough time for them. They'll be rolling straight into AA Academy. Team Spirit also in this location, as well as FARVOICE, who held a pretty strong spot for quite a while. They finally do have some good loot on board. Goose shot from Lost.
Well, this is about to get pretty mucky. Asia Mix with the challenge, and Lost is so ready for it. Anything but Lost right now. He hops out, gets back in the vehicle. Luna has a go. It's not going well. They haven't managed to connect it just yet. Retro under pressure, but Luna, again, not finding that spray. And actually runs almost out of ammo entirely on the weapon. And on they go, on they truck. Shots being found now. FARVOICE Gaming do manage to take the players down on the outskirts there. Inals wants to make his way to in the vehicle. Retro uphill with the nade. The blue zone envelops the fight. Luna might eat some, but the flak is bigger down the hill. And it gathers speed as it rolls. FARVOICE Gaming, they're on 7 eliminations now, Blank.
Yeah, good match so far. I think they've been making some pretty apt rotations. I mean, they've been very quick with it. And it's been a little bit sparse in terms of the loot, but they've made it work. They've certainly made it work. There is this western hillside to be worked from at the moment where currently Stranger and Team Spirit are fending off for position, but just as a lot of teams get to the circle, the next one's about to hit. Look at all the space that is very unplayable towards the center of the circle around Hacienda.
That's the circle shrink, and it goes towards those water treatment hills. KONINA Power in a good position. Dagestan, they're also pretty decently placed right now. The ridges that sit around the roadside, they've got a lot of control over the east edge. And I think a lot more teams are going to be pushing in towards that western side. So potential for them to just kind of stay out of things.
Nades flying over towards Matic. Wants to rejoin the rest of his team. I don't know if that'll blow up the vehicle. They are really sending nades in now. But he just wants to regroup the rest of his squad down the hillside. Kitsune does actually pick up a fairly good spot for them. They just need to get there to him. Oh no, it pops the vehicle out of position. That is so sad.
Yeah, and they can see that slow roll out there for Matic. The smoke was going to be the cover that he needed, but now is he dipping back towards the blue? I mean, he's eating damage from somewhere. There's the roll out wide. 2 players from Strangers want to keep this going. Matic looking to heal. Can the rest of Team Spirit back up Matic? Because there it is. There's the shot over towards Brett. Matic has a nade of his own. Nomi in for the pickup.
That's a
and
good
out they
nade,
go.
Actually. Yeah, that's a lot of damage dealt to them. And now Matic can get regrouped. Good pickup from Nomi.
Huge.
Pull him back over towards Kitsune, who initially made that rotate into this compound. And that will give them a chance to play the game out.
Will be a great chance for them too. Their main hurdle at the moment, as it is on the tables, so it is in the game. The Eagles sit in front of them, a lot more central on this circle. Clumped up, as they like to be. Birds of a feather and all that. They flock together, as the saying goes.
Frozen Arms take a knock there from the Eagles. Take shots out their way. A nice central position to play in at the moment. And all the players in Team Spirit all group up. They're inside that compound over towards the western edge. Brothers in Arms slowly depleting in terms of players on side. I think Strangers has not had a bad game here. The interesting approach down towards the south side though.
GETSO has the nade. Over towards Carry Boy. I think the cook looks good. Bounces up once. Ooh, just short. Should have been perfect, but Carry Boy steps up wide. There's suppression from downhill. Goodness me. You just can't get rid of him. It's like a cockroach down there. Finally.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, there it was.
Yeah, pretty easy nade there for Abito to hit. Let's get to started in Campo Militar and made a pretty quick rotation over towards water treatment. KONINA Power all grouped up. Had that win over on Miramar dashed away by the Eagles. You played a very strong game there. Again, some late utility coming out from KONINA Power. Oh, early, I should say, really. Over in La Cobreria. Yeah, again, this game is going to get very hectic very quickly, just in terms of the playable space. When the next circle hits, it's going to force a lot of teams to fight one another who are all playing on the edge.
That basin that sits in the middle, that open field south of Eagles, west of Dagestan now, cuts so much of this circle away as playable terrain. Those hay barns in the middle, you know they're a last-ditch attempt. And I'm imagining we're going to see Strangers try and send on at least 2 of those to try and get themselves in with a chance later in this game. KONINA Power actually in a very favorable position on that north side as well. I like this KONINA Power position up there. I think they've got a lot of mobility to both sides of the circle.
Yeah, I think for KONINA Power, it's just a case of having a bit of pressure and expanding a little bit of their territory a bit. I think in some of our other games, they were slightly lackluster when it came to actually forcing other teams to beta them. 17-15, one for all, big baby, strangers, all in tough spots now. And I think for strangers and big baby, it's probably the worst positions for them because they have to cross out into some pretty treacherous areas.
FARVOICE nade up towards GETSO. And there it lands onto Obito perfectly. Has another one. We'll try and follow it up with a flush and maybe a second knock as well. They can't really push further up the hill. There's too much suppression. Team Spirit just daggers in the heels for FARVOICE, and they will find a knock. Einaus continues the nade pressure, but slow and low. We'll get a shot. Looking to get shut down now as GETSO continue to just not be able to crest this ridge. Team Spirit making life tough.
And they need to. They absolutely need to. If they want to rotate over towards that north side, they need to put the pressure on. Because that's likely the only rotation that Team Spirit can really make. Getting up this hill is going to be difficult. Man, Banner feels the heat from that Molotov. Pretty well placed grenade. Honestly, I think all things considered. But just does not find any kind of...
Double nade. Bang, bang.
That's big. Yeah.
Ooh, but Gentle goes down as a trade. You take that as one for all because you get the flush as well. It's likely that you can get the res depending on how many more nades Banner has. Those smokes blooming, I mean, they cut off Banner's sightlines, but they do allow you to get the res as well. He does have 2 more nades in the pocket. A nade up high from the backlines from King, but Banner pushes out in front of it.
Banner pushing up, gets nothing done. Immediately sat down. Stranger actually takes a shot over towards Team Spirit, but quickly they res that player up, but they are forced into this fight with GETSO now. An initial nade they need to hit desperately.
Rotation, and unfortunately effect goes down.
So annoying.
That is a real bad time for that to happen as well, with the blue zone pushing in. That knock may be confirmed soon. The nade goes short there. Nomi takes a lot of damage on the high ground. Matic down as well. This is looking shoddy now for Team Spirit. 2 players alive. Nomi descends the hillside. GETSO kind of trapped in their own smokes here. A potential to just hand off this fight to KONINA Power.
Yeah, I think the question is why no one took any shots over towards strangers. Eagles haven't poked out once over towards that side. There should have been some real easy shots to take. So strangers crosses over some of the most dangerous ground. Easy as anything.
Over the top. I think this might be the end of Team Spirit for this match. They are trapped. Back to the blue, being pushed in. I don't see how this goes any other way for them. Nomi will go down, and that is it. Kitsune is out. And as our Team Spirit for this match. They'll have one more match to play today. Well, I want a better performance here. KONINA Power, I mean, they flexed out a little bit, but they haven't really slowed GETSO down. They haven't, as you said, taken shots over towards Stranger, so maybe squandering their position a little bit.
Yeah, I think that push only really works for Team Spirit if they assume other teams are going to... Like, look at this. Look how out in the open they are. Down towards the side. Such easy shots to take for KONINA Power. Eagles could even just toss grenades over there. Everyone waits for Team Spirit to make a move on that northern edge before they do anything. Very unfortunate for Team Spirit. You can see the decision making that happens there. Again, you're relying on other teams to make the play work though. And that doesn't always pan out, it seems.
Devil popping the smoke on the door frame. They don't need sightlines. They're holding off a push. Strangers are rolling on in. And getting in through the doors here is tough. Now, they can answer with nades, but they actually send a player straight on in and actually into the thick of it. Devil suppressing the door frame to allow his teammate to roll back on in, and they are regrouping. They are playing so close together. Tree launches a nade long and gets one done. Devil is down, and there's another one onto OMG. The off angle is good. Another nade in from Brett, but there's finally an answer. Jubba looks for the spray, but can't quite connect. No one's on the inside of that, no one on the receiving end. A nade can not quite find this flush, and the res can come through. He wants to go higher up. He wants to go all the way upstairs.
Yeah, they seem a little bit clueless right now, the Eagles, as Islam actually hits some decent shots. There's a good Molotov as well. And on the outside, Strangers are getting battered and bruised by Big Baby.
There's no way that Eagles can get back up to 4 here. That would be crazy.
Yeah, no more nades available. Looks like Strangers will have to just go for the full regroup. Yeah, full 4, but they're on the outside, and that's GETSO. Awesome shots. Islam's down. Alicio looking for the last shots here with the pump.
Hops out through the window and trades off the fight to Monkey. Hands it on over. GETSO still continuing to put pressure down here. Juba, one of the last 2 to stand. Devil's still going. 1 knock found, and the rest of the Strangers roll up the stairs. But Devil nearly finds the 3rd. Alicio closes it down, but now GETSO can start to push straight on through. And 1 player against 4. You need these reses. You need them now. The smoke is keeping them safe for the time being, but that's going to burn away.
Alicio looking to get the quick first aid off. Very good push from Strange. I mean, it's a surprise they've been alive for this long, honestly. Good shoot. Oh, they can't! They shot him!
Oh, dear.
Oh, hit him with the do-si-do. Very nice. Dagestan, though, still going strong on that eastern side. Really, really well done to Dagestan. I genuinely am very happy with what I'm seeing from Dagestan throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. A team that I actually would be very happy to see go through into PMSL. They had a struggle of a push over towards that eastern edge, though.
They have surged into the lead after their previous match and looking to continue that pace as Eagles are down. Team Spirit are out as well. Extending their lead towards the end of the day would be brilliant news for them. Zadira down on the back lines, though, and I think 5th place may be as far as they can go with Big Baby there, with KONINA Power as well. Able to play the other side, and Shifu already low, but he's gotten through the first check of the valley, but I don't think he's going to get much further than that. Tries to roll up to an occupied shack.
Yeah, Shum goes down because he has to expose himself to Dagestan. 5th place, 3 eliminations. Now it's down to our final 3 teams. KONINA Power, Big Baby, and GETSO, who are all playing this one out. Now for KONINA Power, they have had a very strong position for this entirety of the game, but really not got a lot done. And GETSO has been far more impressive on what was a fairly tough crossing.
They pushed up, they third-partied the fight as they needed to do. Nade over from Ked towards Perks. Does do damage, but doesn't get the knock. And now he has to fold back into the rest of the team. KONINA Power, I mean, they've been on this high ground position for a long, long time. I liked it for a while. I think if you'd asked me to predict back in stage 5 or so, I would have said KONINA Power. But they're now trapped kind of on the edge, and it's up to Big Baby, really, I think, have the majority control. But the next circle could shift completely away from them and change things entirely.
Well, the thing about KONINA Power's position is it's a position that has strength around about stage 5, honestly. It's where you need to take shots at absolutely everyone. You need to be involved in engagements because you have a very safe rotation to come back to later on. So yeah, KONINA Power just haven't got enough done against the more treacherous teams in the lobby that are versus them. I mean, shots need to constantly coming out towards GETSO. Shots need to be constantly coming against Big Baby, and I don't know how Big Baby's managed with 4 players on that south rotation that they made, but it's very impressive nonetheless.
They've been pretty staunch in their hold there. Big Baby send Baban forwards. Control so much of the circle because of it. The difficulty, of course, is that it's vulnerable. If KONINA Power get a nade onto that angle, things change. But GETSO moving parallel to KONINA Power. The uphill advantage, is it going to work out for them? That smoke on Badusi's left right now is the thing that's keeping him safe from Big Baby and allowing them to stop GETSO moving in. A regroup with 2. Oh, that nade looked dangerous. But they do survive it for a moment longer. Into the vehicles. Out goes the Armada from GETSO.
Yeah, they hear a lot of the fight, and they're actually going to try and backstab on the Big Baby because they see that they've sent up 2 over towards the north side.
Oh, wow.
What a beater! Okay. Drops out of the vehicle. He does absolutely own himself, but, you know, it was a distraction play, and now the rest of Big Baby have to come back. This is a very, very well-coordinated push here from GETSO.
KONINA Power, they have got a... No, they haven't got any knocks, and they are moving down in towards the field as well. GETSO, they'll need to pick players back up, and KONINA Power will start to eat lead across the valley. And this is a brilliant move from GETSO. Their crosses have been excellent. I loved watching them this match. And they're on 15 eliminations so far. A much-deserved tally. Can they get it across the finish line?
I think a Big Baby, the mistake they make is the fact that they try and push out the 2 split there, and their full purview of GETSO just peek over and they're like, look, eastern side is completely free for us to just annihilate. And even if Abito goes down, you just, the full force of 4 players going into 2 is usually too much to handle.
And it's fully covered off as well from the rest of the valley, meaning there's no backup available from that forward duo. Excellent timing, but GETSO now trying to go back on their tracks. And ooh, the high ground angle spotted. Abito is low, KONINA Power on 1. So are Big Baby. And 2 players alive for GETSO. Okay, things have gotten a little bit hairy here. Big Baby can get this res. Nade long from the back lines from Not Glad. Doesn't quite get the job done. Is there a second? Not going to find it, but there's the burn. Zero's going down. There's no 2 ways about it. More shots do ring out and GETSO clear Big Baby away.
Not picking their other players back up again. It is just 2. Dutchu should be confirmed here by KONINA Power. Badussi, 2v1. Not much opportunity to get Dutchu back up. So Abito and Not Glad versus Badussi. These final moments, 3 nades, and these got to be 3 powerful nades from Badussi.
He just wants these flushes. I mean, getting these 2 extra points would be a monumental achievement. Oh, I thought that was on. I thought that was right onto Abito. That was 1. A second as well. That looks pretty good. Finds the knock. Okay, he's into a 1 versus 1. But it's the backline. It's the MG3. He's got the spray. He's got the first tickle. Does he have the full Monty? Not quite just yet. Not Glad from the backlines. Abito will get flushed away. He's got 2 first aids. Does he have time to enact it? Does he have time for the heal? Needs to be careful of the push. Hops up onto the tire. His ankles are safe, but the blue zone's pushing.
Ooh, dear me.
Nade?
This is intense. That final nade, we talked about the big 3.
Oh, it's big. Oh, it's big, but it misses. It's out wide, and he goes for the spray out to the side and out of nowhere. Badussi for KONINA Power takes it away, and it's completely thrown Blank's camera for a loop because that was insane. From out in the field, GETSO looked like they had it all under control the whole time, and they just turn it on its head. What a way for KONINA Power to close that down.
Yeah, unbelievable finish for KONINA Power. And again, realistically, that's a game they should have dominated in, to be honest with you. But at least they win it in the end. Badussi, the nades are very strong. Sometimes they're too strong for his teammate, but they're much too strong for the enemy as well. The MG3 as well, you would have thought he'd win that engagement, but they blew a lot of their nades quite early in that engagement. I don't think GETSO had any left. But they took a lot of these off angles. And again, I think they had time to pick Dutchu back up again if they drop smokes. Instead, they're very confident in their 2v2 and it goes against them. GETSO though, even if they didn't get that win, they get 24 points off the 18 staggering eliminations they're able to pick up in that game. Absolutely
brilliant stuff coming through from GETSO. I think that, to be fair, apart from those final moments, they played a blinder of a match, right? I think it's fair to say. Really solid performance from GETSO. We're hoping to see more of that, please, as they jump up the tables with those points added to their tally. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with the final match of the day. Don't go anywhere. With one more game to play before we hit our halfway point, we are going over to Erangel once more. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We are ready. We're raring to go to breach that halfway barrier. Will Team Spirit be able to jump back up into the top 3? Will the Eagles be able to claim their roost up in the top spots? We'll have to wait and see, because right now it's Dagestan in the lead with Eagles in a second place.
Yeah, close behind is the Eagles, 101 points, but 117. Hard to beat right now. Team Spirit on this last game, they could make it happen. 92 points right now, so 9 points away from that second place. They wouldn't win the tiebreaker currently as things stand, but they can certainly give it a good shot. I think they had a fairly decent rotate that last game, but GETSO was just playing outside of their minds, which was very cool to see. I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, we will see what happens in this last match. Over towards Erangel once again to finish things off.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to go back to the grassy pastures once more. Circles again continued their streak so far of being pretty nasty. I think we've had 1 or 2 sane circles, but the rest of them have been have been extraneous to the membrane and have been very much nutty. So we'll have to see if we're going to be gifted with another wild performance. I mean, those river crossings in a previous Erangel was pretty nasty to a lot of teams, right? And teams ending up in the water, having a bad time.
Yeah, I think that we've had some pretty tough circles. I think the only circle so far that has been fairly decent would probably be our very first Erangel of today, which is dead center, and that's about as comfortable as you can get it, really. But since then, yeah, all of them been quite difficult to play. Very northern circles, very southern circles. Some of our playing paths have been difficult as well, but again, this is just how it goes, and some teams are thriving within it, so you definitely know that this is not a case where you can't play these ones out, because Dagestan's done very good from practically everywhere on the map and has set themselves for success. Even when they do go down in the circles, they were in a position to try and find some of those points. But here we are at Erangel, our last game of the day.
Heading on over Severny down to Primorsk on the plane path this time around. So maybe a little bit of a stretch over towards Milta. Potential conflict on some vehicle routes, I'm imagining, to break out to that east side, especially if teams want to go over towards Novo, towards Sosnovka military base as well. Could be some vehicle hot drops in this match. But Primorsk, very accessible for the Eagles. Should be fine to drop over towards Farm for Team Spirit. They might have company there. Dagestan, looks like they are out in the thick of it as well. And dropping very central on the map.
They get themselves out of the plane nice and early. And we'll wait for this circle, because it could be dastardly. You never know.
Military circle. Let's go.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past the game. I would not put it past the game at all that to happen. But yeah, as things stand, like we said, GETSO on the chase. 72 points with Strangers on 70. Shockwave and Star feel like the other two big teams. Big Baby seem to have found themselves some decent matches. As of Asia Mix, 2 strong teams, but not quite finding themselves the big performances just yet. And here's a circle all the way up to the northern side around Stalber.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly an interesting place to play.
I want a Stalber circle. Right to the peak of it. Let's go. All the way up there. KONINA Power. They're right on top again. See if they can mirror their Miramar performance as we do head on north. GETSO close by to FARVOICE Gaming down on that military island. Normally FARVOICE over towards Novo, but needing some vehicles, so they are going to drop on that north coast road. Rotate over there, and I imagine break that bridge later on. Will they lay a trap for GETSO? That has been a tale as old as time for them, it seems, over on that military island as well, because they should be aware that there's a team co-occupying that south island, but only time will tell. Primorsk for the Eagles.
Yeah, their typical spot that they play in. Won't be moving anywhere else anytime soon. You got Strangers up towards Yasnaya. KONINA Power on the north side of Rozhok once again. Shockwave get themselves a nice start over towards Severny. Pretty decent position to start playing their game from. And Dagestan's fairly close to making a decent rotate out. They could even head over towards Ruins nice and early, and then think about making that crossing over towards Box Compound and work in from there. But they're going to try and get as much loot as possible. I mean, Apartments does have a ton of good loot in it.
They'll get what they need from here. Pick through the apartment blocks. Not a nice place to rent in, has to be said, but it's going to be great if you want to gear up for war. And that's exactly what Dagestan are setting out to do. They want to keep that top spot. They want to fend it off.
Picking themselves up a nice ticket going through to PMSL EMEA. And again, I think out of all the teams here, I do feel like Dagestan right now definitely deserves that spot the most. I think they've played the best. I mean, Team Spirit is certainly a team, I think a lot of people in the chat, we hear you, we respect you, would like to go through to the PMSL EMEA again. And I think they're playing up to a good standard right now. But for Dagestan, it feels like they have clawed and grasped every opportunity they can get a hold of to get into that top spot. And are really hungry to play in that PMSL.
As you should be. It's a great privilege. It's an honor to be allowed to play in the PMSL EMEA. A lot of teams would love the shot at it, but only 2 of these teams will get that shot. No real funny business right now. The fact that there's 3 teams over towards the northwest, I mean, 1 team over in Zaki, Asia Mix as well, heading over to the north, currently north of Star Esports, who we're on board with, is interesting. I mean, the plane path from Severny down to Primorsk kind of means that, fair enough, you go for a backup drop over to Zaki, and a few more teams over to North George. I guess that kind of makes sense. But Asia Mix heading up to the coast is an interesting first rotation, right? From North George, they go up to that coastline and they can shimmy along. We've seen a lot of success from that coastal side. There's a lot of interesting hills to the west of Severny, so a lot of mobility for them there. Maybe looking to guard out Brothers in Arms if they saw them drop there.
Yeah, easily done from Zaki as well. I think Asia Mix has a great opportunity to do something like that. But we're still waiting for this first stage to really drop in. These teams start moving out. GETSO playing a much slower game here, it would seem. And I'd hope they would as well, because this is certainly a match where I don't imagine One For All is going to stick around very peer for too long. So GETSO can just loot up for a very, very long time inside of C Block and then work their way out over towards that north side of the island. They probably move around about halfway through stage 1 or potentially stage 2. We'll see. I mean, that still does give opportunity for One For All to hold on, but looks like they're already scouting out over towards that north side.
17-15 finally leaving from Pachinki. They're going to try and figure out their crossing points as well, most likely sending to the north. It is still possible that it could be a Yaz Fields finish, though, but I imagine a lot of teams are prioritizing getting a foothold on the northern side. Phantom. Oh, okay. No, he's figured it out. He's fine. He's back on 4 wheels, as it should be.
Yeah, he's okay.
Miraculous.
Very miraculous. Quickly back in the vehicle and moves on.
Did you ever watch Fairly Odd Parents, sorry? The cartoon.
I watched a little.
There was like the mean teacher character. Whenever he said fairy godparents would do like these weird poses, but like very quickly in succession. Felt like that's what happened to the car just then. That's an old school reference.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I think I saw it when I was like very young. I do not have remembrance of specific events that happened during
It's a running thing that he does every time.
that cartoon.
It's a running gag.
I apologize.
It's all right. I forgive you. I forgive you for not knowing the minutiae of children's cartoons from the early noughties.
Yeah, it's not my forte. Blue TIAM DX, once again, having a great time. 44 points. I don't think we've had a lot of teams that have done shockingly badly in this tournament. But Blue TIAM DX certainly haven't had the most success. You get quite... some of their rotations are actually not bad. but a lot of times they're getting caught off and they just don't have the same kind of gun skill. Team Spirit versus 1715, who did rotate directly through them, so they'll pick themselves up a single elim, but not only that, they'll open up the gateway for them in front, with 1715 being much weaker now with just the 3 players.
A lot of fighting, scrapping it out now, seems to be being brought to bear. Blue TIAM, Star Esports, close by to one another. A lot of points slurped up for them. Oh dear, Woodson. Up the creek without a paddle there for him. Bad time on the northern side. And that hold for Asia Mix is going well as time treks on, trudges its pace out on that northern shore. Asia Mix hoping to get all 4 of these points tucked away and then break east, because that is a Stalber circle. Oh my goodness me. We're going right to the top.
It's a really difficult circle to play, actually, because you're not a lot of space, right? You can play on the sides of Stalber, and obviously Stalber is not a bad position, but there's very few good compounds. I mean, they can definitely head over towards the compound that sits just towards that western side of Stalber itself and play in that position. But that's already occupied by quite a few teams. Yeah, I don't know. Again, halfway through stage 2, that's typically the best time to go across. And once again, one for all, just realizes there's 3 points available versus GETSO, who now have to make the crossing all the way over towards that eastern side.
Asia Mix taking out Brothers in Arms on the northern shoreline. Asia Mix did take a knock, but they can res that. They can get on board. Their plan has worked, but are they going to be fast enough away from it to be able to get a good spot? Because now they have to push past Severny, potentially onto the coastal side, and a lot of teams are crunching in the same spots here. Stalber is such a weird area as well, because you consider the top of it, it's such a wide plateau that a solo team would really struggle to hold it against, say, 2 teams who are looking to push up from that south side or from that north side. So KONINA Power have their work cut out for them if they want to try and hold all of that plateau at the top of Stalber Mountain, but then they get that oversight to the north.
Usually you kind of hold like the east and the west side. You can have 2 teams up there at the same time, but a lot of squads will opt just not even to play Stalber until late game, where it becomes a real feature. Nice nade though from Wagnerzada onto Tokyo.
Opener for Shockwave. And a lot of damage sent towards Rodri in the back lines, and there's the nade to finish it off. A nice air burst to seal the deal. Pushing in for Wagnerzada, and the pump action deadly with it. He's a surgeon with the pellets there. Moves forwards with the AUG in hand, and now just the 1 player left standing. It's going to be Ragnar. Needs to get his Berserker Rage on here if he wants to take down all 4 of Shockwave. They are giving him a chance here. Wagnerzada, with that back, is going to force this fight to be in this corner, and that's easy pickings. Nice coordinated push for Shockwave, and they hold out 8-8 Academy.
Yeah, assault from all sides, and then just take him out nice and easily in the end game. Yeah, beautiful done. And nice to see. Next circle will be popping pretty soon. See where it goes, because it could still head down towards the southeast side, but more than likely going to head over towards the west. Surprised we don't have many teams actually taking up that compound that sits on the west side of Stalber. It's a very strong spot. Good compounds in there as well, with lots of great sightlines, but I guess it is quite close to that southern portion of the circle, and you'd rather have more rotational routes on this north side.
Oh dear. That is, absolutely wild. That shift, I mean, 17-15, this is their dream scenario, right? This is a team that loves just get into a building, stay there, hope that no one comes knocking, because they don't have any trick-or-treat candies left. You know, they are fresh out right now.
They've got shotgun shells, probably.
That's not as friendly.
New. But it's what 17-15 definitely need, considering they've lost a player earlier on to Team Spirit. It's going to be a bit of a tough hold for them. It's certainly possible. Pretty open ground around this area as well. Big Baby try and move through. Lost. Damn. Nice shots from him onto Semtana.
Nice speed on that. The chunking out with the pump action, and Lost is still going. I mean, Star wants to take care of this backside, and a nade in nearly finds default. Lost pushing out actually into the blue zone. Self-nade? No, he's going for a wide angle. Looking for a new peak, but knows that the zone is only stage 3. He can get away with a lot more now.
One for All finds another play from GETSO. I think for One for All, they have really played this game out for a long time. Feels almost cruel in a way, honestly. Asia Mix still looking for some more of those shots. We've lost with 5 elims on his side. Definitely the best player on the squad. Dimmy also finally another onto default, and Star just cannot get away from this. Shoom so incredibly low. Dimmy wants to chase it. Wonder if he can get this long toss on the nade.
Long arm on that one. Needs a bounce or two to see it. Not quite going to connect around the edge. Shoom wants the challenge and will be able to win that one out. Doesn't take damage in response, and now at the back lines, Shoom only has Lost to deal with. Default, I mean, he is resable, but not for much longer, so needs a little bit of a hurry up on this. Sprayed out, suppression. Lost has still got more left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was just looking for some meds, honestly. Because he really did not have any. He's got no first aid kits either. I think he just about found one.
Ooh. Is he going to get tagged on the res? Oh, come on.
It's
okay.
It's definitely impossible for him to even get him up at this point. He just wants to find the last eliminations. Great second knock. And Shoom takes a huge amount of damage inside that smoke. He's got 4 nades. He could just barrage this, honestly.
Hitting him with it. Bombardment. There's another nade. It bounces. Doesn't connect onto Shoom. Shoom won this angle before, remember. Lost may have a better time of it, but instead diverts. Heads along the coastline. We've been out in the blue for a while, but Blank, there's been crazy things happening over in the circle. 17-15 still hold on the northern side, but they are only 3 now. You can see Big Baby shunting in on this north side. Right now, what's happening is One for All into Team Spirit on that east edge, and it is not going well for One for All.
Yeah, they are getting picked apart. Lost is still taking this fight. This guy is insane. Likely they will just go down to the blue at this point as we shift over into stage 4. This is so silly. Big Baby gets opportunity for themselves as Gentle just gets run down. That's the final players from One for All taken out by Team Spirit. We now rock up towards the compound. I imagine they could probably take the one on the eastern side, and Shoom goes down alongside with Lost, and Default likely to fall soon after.
Everybody loses on that west side fight. And Shockwave, they may just be worried about it, right? Unless, I mean, they're probably tracking the elimination feed out to that western side, but still, you know, it's a little bit tricky to maybe realize that all of the players out to your west have gone down completely, and you don't need to be worried about your back flank anymore. So potentially investing some resources where they may not need to. But, you know, conscientiousness, never a massive detriment. So if they're paying attention, that's a good thing.
Team Spirit tried to make a rotate over towards that compound that sits on the northern side.
Oh.
Good shot there from Islam onto Magnum. Devil goes down. Shifu looks to peek up. Islam moves further in.
I wonder if he knows that Shifu's up on this ridgeline.
I think he does.
Seems to have an inkling.
Got a read on it. Yeah.
He's got that eagle eye. He knows. He's not worried about it anymore, though. He's heard the vehicles reposition away. On the ball with the sound cues, this man. Over the top, there's Shockwave in towards KONINA Power to go down on either side, but Jakey has the inside track, but Dussy is there. Savior for them in the last match. Will he be able to work his magic here again? No. He is shut out of this, and it will be Shockwave to stay alive with all 4. Suppression as KONINA Power go down, but these reses should be there. They have that smoke, they have that cover, a lot of time to get this done, because nobody's near Shockwave on the southwest.
Yeah, Shockwave, honestly, from this game starting in Severny, they've really tried to eke out as much control as they can from it, because this team's been definitely on the chase today. Wandu steps up, takes some shots over towards some of the players scouting from Eagles. It's Islam, as well as Devil. Maybe they heard this engagement?
Could have done. They were close enough. But they're outside of the circle. I mean, I don't know if Islam's position here is going to be super valuable for them. Not right now. He's keeping tabs. He's getting a lot of intel to their west flank. And Shockwave's next move, I mean, they're going to have to start to wrap around that Stalber Ridge. And he's getting out of there.
Yeah, Wandu spots the breakaway. Wonder if he wants to get some shots, maybe. just back off, just making sure that he has left entirely. As the Eagles move further over towards the eastern side, directly towards Dagestan. Big Baby's controlling a lot of space right now, John.
Yeah, that compound that sits in the foothills gives you a lot of power, but they're sat up a little bit higher on the ridge lines that overlook it. That is, these circles, man, I don't know what's going on, but Team Spirit are going to be happy about this as well. That position that they hold now on the eastern side went up in value. There's a potential for Dagestan just to ruin the day of Team Spirit on a good crash. Big Baby could third party it. Banner going for a swim, and I mean rightly so. This is the right play for Banner at this stage.
Yeah, it just wants to live the game out. There's so much water still in play that a swim can take place for quite some time. For Dagestan, it would be difficult for them to go for a crash considering they're playing with 3 players. They need to take pot shots. If they can find a knock onto one of the players in Team Spirit, maybe then. Big Baby has coalesced onto that northern compound, which is further central. So there is now an opportunity for that southern compound to be taken. But you need to get close first for that to happen. Team Spirit should have sightlines. Oh, Shockwave's going for it. Okay.
All right, they're going straight on in. The north side, it's open, and they take it. I mean, it's no resistance. No one's even taking the shots. The Eagles going to allow them on in. And that's gone really well for Shockwave. They don't believe it. They can't believe their luck.
I mean, everyone was so concerned about that compound itself, they didn't even think to peek out on it. Islam? Now peeking over towards that compound where Dagestan are currently playing.
Scouring those hillsides. Making sure he's got all the information possible before they make their descent, because they're going to have to. Effect.
Nice shot from Effect.
He spots it. OMG goes down.
Yeah, it's a really good couple of shots. Islam attempts to get in as well, with Devil still on the high ground. Might have a peek over towards Limbo Boom. 4 nades though. I mean, they're in a pretty isolated location. Dagestan does have to move further in, so if they can get nades onto this spot, it'd be really good.
I think we're about to see a full rundown from Dagestan towards the Eagles' position. They're going to backfill. Devil's going to get the high ground shot, but Shifu is so ready for it. Look at this. Limbo Boom is there. He has the nades, but are they going to answer it? Nade is cooking. No, he thinks better of it. Zadira trucking around. Well, that's a nasty sound, isn't it, on that SK-12, but Devil steps up. That's the response you're looking for, though. Dagestan with that crossfire from Shifu, but Jabba can push up. Zadira trying to roll in, but the pellets coming down from underneath them as well. Slow the Eagles. They clip their wings, and maybe Limbo Boom gets back up here.
Absolutely. I mean, the problem for Eagles, which they didn't think about, is the fact that they moved down to this position. There's no way that they can challenge the guys from Dagestan, because moving up the hill means that they expose themselves to the angles from all the teams underneath. It's a smart play from Dagestan, especially smart play from Shifu, understanding they've probably left the backstop. That's a big nade into another. Ooh. The airburst not quite close enough, but
3 more.
It's going to eventually go down. Beautiful.
Limbo Boom nails it from the sidelines, but now the descent is on. Shockwave are in the way. Eagles are out. Can Team Spirit ladder up and finish the day in second place in another qualification spot? Dagestan defending that first place. And Banner, by the way, still swimming. He's got his swimming costume on. It's looking great. In the meantime, though, Big Baby, they are firmly domesticated in their compound.
Pretty easy game for Big Baby so far. Dagestan has to literally cover this entire hillside with smoke. It's the only way they can potentially get in. Cheeky play from Team Spirit, though. I like this, trying to cut them off on the plateau here. Yeah, they take shots straight away. They have an idea now.
Nomi and Kitsune breaking out on this split. Shockwave, I think, is the big X factor in this engagement, right? Because Dagestan are going to have to go towards it. They're playing as 3. They're going to have to commit to a corner. And in they go. Okay, dropping from the sky. Limbo Boom goes down first. Shifu next up for Jakey to try and take care of. And he's easy pickings for him. A slow, lilting, graceful glide across the opening. And Jakey's all too happy to pinch that one away. One do. Looks for the last. And now can Team Spirit make the most of this chaos, right? Dagestan have opened the door. Can they slip on in?
Yeah, it's with the speed at which that fight ended, it's very unlikely that Team Spirit's going to get too much done off the back of that. They even lose a player on a knock there. I think that's out from Big Baby. Or some of the players playing on the high stories for Shockwave.
Ooh, Zadira.
Oh, silly.
What a timing. Why? Oh, that was so bold to step out there. He knew there was another player. He heard those steps, and Zadira's not going down without a fight. Team Spirit still on the outside of this. They have got their backs to the blue, but they're in the next zone. Zadira finds his way up the staircase, and now Shockwave are wondering how to handle this guy. He's a real thorn in their side, and that's how you do it. You pull it out. You pull it out with a nade.
Team Spirit constantly taking knocks here. It's so difficult for them to get in. And they want to get across towards Shockwave. They lost a player. Wagnazada takes down one player from Big Baby, which actually does help Team Spirit here. But I think so far Shockwave has been playing a pretty damn good game. Nomi has to quickly hit the deck.
Gets away with it as well. Managed to get some healing done. And they can bide their time just a little bit longer. Banner's still swimming, by the way, for 17-15, just in case anyone was wondering. He is a soggy man right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's so much water in play. There's no reason for him not to try and get a third place off the back of this, which is certainly possible. Team Spirit's now in a location where if they try and make a move, they're going to take shots by both Big Baby and Shockwave. They're still in the circle, so there's time to play on this ridge.
Let's go out to the water. Go on. Keep Banner in. That's what I want to see. Next circle coming through in about 18 seconds now. A wide split coming through for Shockwave right now, which does provide a little bit of a vulnerability to a potential full force crash for Team Spirit. And it would be difficult for Shockwave to regroup fully.
Is Alexa going crazy back there?
She might be, yeah.
Look at her having a bit of a go at you.
Yeah, I've told her to stop now, so she should be okay. She's just really excited about this Shockwave and Big Baby standoff.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I get it. Do you want to be involved?
And Banner.
Big Baby off in the distance. There have been shots coming through. Ooh, if they can find one knock at least. I mean, he has taken damage. Again, one knock is all you need to open the door. They know they have to go for the heal, so 3 guns is better than 2. 3 guns is better than 4 at least, and this might be their opportunity to get around to the backside. They saw the cross. Nade's going to come out. That's a good crash, and they are in.
Oh, drops it down right onto Matic's feet, but he doesn't go down. He doesn't get knocked. That is incredibly important here. And now there's a major threat on the south edge.
Oh, Lawrence.
As a knock goes through. Shockwave is starting to chime into the fight as well. Lawrence getting knocked there. Crucial. An opening is found, and Team Spirit are up and to it. Do they know about Banner in the water?
Hey, through the window.
Nice.
Pops really nicely from Nomi. Opened up there by effect. Baban. And overlaid. More nades flowing through. Yeah, great crash from Team Spirit, though. Shockwave happy to chime in. Not many elims here for Team Spirit, though, unfortunately.
Not yet. They've only managed to get 3. All of them on effect right now on his tab. I really don't think they're going to know that Banner's here as well. So there is a big potential that they lose a player or 2 to that angle.
Yeah, he can just step up. Easily from the water. Nade's going out. That's pretty close.
Ooh. Bombards the bus stop there. But one dude wasn't having it. That one might be good. Bounces up into the air. Explodes above him. Not much you can do about it. He's just layering this down now. He's like, okay, Shockwave are probably going to have to come this way, so I just got to stop him from doing exactly that. Another knock, and there's the flush onto one dude.
Yeah, I think the good thing about this push from Team Spirit is that they angle both the players that they saw cross to the other side. They angle them in complete purview of the boys from Shockwave. I think they have a general idea that there is a player out in the water. And now he has to breach land. Yeah, this is a very good crash from Team Spirit. And whoever made the call as well was like, he has to heal. We have to go now. And I'm glad that they all trusted one another and went for that play.
Banner may have given them the slip for a second, but Matic's on the ball. He's ready for it. Finally, he is put down to his watery death. And now we're up to 3 teams. A 4th place achieved, though, for 17-15. Still a good result, but now Team Spirit, they've managed to make an excellent crash work for them. 2 squads of 2. Now's their chance to pick up the remaining 4 elimination points. Getting an 8 elimination chicken dinner would be a great morale boost at the end of the day. See if they can do it.
Shockwave have to come out. I mean, they want these elims. Magnazada should get popped out the vehicle. They're looking for the next. Matic does clean up the elim. No, he's only got 1 first aid kit, though, which is a difficulty. I think GG Zada might deny, possibly. No, he pops out.
All those nades that were thrown in fairly fruitlessly by Big Baby before would have been great right about now. But Baban will be able to hold it still. Overlaid. Ooh, not quite going to be able to lay that one up. That nade underneath Baban looks pretty good. No, that's him cooking one. Sorry. I thought that was Nomi launching one through.
Yeah.
And there it is. The last one he's got. Surely.
That was a nice little bounce off the top of the bus stop. So now Overlaid and Baban, final 2 players remaining up against the 4-man from Team Spirit. I think this is likely to be a Team Spirit chicken dinner. I don't see this going the way of Big Baby.
Never know. Just jamming out some tunes out in the grass's effect. Matic with the cross angle. I think that high ground rooftop position for Team Spirit is just going to be so good. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Perfect. 2 windows. No way you see that coming.
Yeah, it's a really, really good nade there. And now they just toss them all into a building because they have a general idea of where he is.
Oh, there he is.
Molotov through. Such good utility usage there from Team Spirit. Again, that feels like a Team Spirit game that we expect, right? Very, very smart, very methodical, and I feel like they're starting to understand the lobby a little bit now, and also playing it with one another. I think the big moment happens there where a call's made that we should push them after we get that damage through. It's not a knock, but they are forced to heal, and they cross. But they all go with that one call and actually head through. So I was very much pleased with the way Team Spirit handled that end game. Shockwave, though, I also have to massively commend them. Some insane rotates, some crazy fights that they were able to win and get themselves 15 elims from, which led them to a 20-point game despite going out in 3rd place.
Yeah, they did some huge bits there. I think the crowning achievement was getting into that compound, right? Where nobody was like, oh, they were like, oh, maybe we should scout it out. They were like, we're just going to go. See you guys there. Yeah. And they get up to 3rd place for it, right? They managed to get decent headway.
It was very, very good. Let's take a look at the overalls now, because I think Team Spirit might just have leapt ahead of the Eagles into 2nd place. Ooh. Yes, they have. So Eagles now at 103 points, Dagestan at 126. So they continue to push ahead there. Eagles don't fall behind by very much, up to 103. But again, Shockwave is closing the gap, and as is GETSO, 80 points and 77. That's 1 good chicken dinner away. And again, that's just 1 more of those games that Shockwave just showed us right there, which we know can happen after the decent day they've had today.
Yeah, they haven't managed to get a chicken dinner just yet, neither have GETSO, but there is still that potential to make things happen. I think, as it stands, this 2nd page feels fairly fine to me. I think Asia Mix, maybe they've shown a little bit more power than some of the other teams on this page, but they are at the top of it for a reason, at 62 points.
Yeah, again, it's been a very, very good set of days for us so far with our 2 days that we've had. We have 2 more days upcoming all the way through till Sunday, so you can find us there as well. So we're still playing out these matches to see who of these 16 teams, which 2 will head through to PMSL EMEA.
Yeah, there's only one way to find out. That's what I'm going for there. There's only one thing left to do. That's sign off for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned because there is plenty more action. A whole nother half of this qualifier still left to go. We'll see you soon.